Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
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 Morning, sir.
Good morning, students.
Good morning, sir. You are audible. Yeah, good morning.
Thank you. So yesterday we have seen about needs for management, characteristics, definition, scope, different types of management. We have stopped here in 14 principles of management, right?
Sir, volume should be more. That's because this is not audible.
Not audible.
It should be
Am I audible
more.
now?
Audible, but to some extent it should be more.
Okay, I'm full volume. Okay, let me try to raise my voice. So last class we have stopped here in the principles of management, right? So
Sir,
please all of
sir,
you mute.
hello, sir.
Yes,
Sir,
yes.
just a minute, sir. Sir, yesterday only half a class I was listening. I thought the class will be in the YouTube so that I can continue, but the link was not there, sir. Only orientation class was there in the YouTube, so I can't go through that again. So if you can share the slides, it will be better to
Surely
overview,
I
sir,
will
again.
share the slides with you all
Okay. Thank you, sir.
after
Thank you.
completing my class, right?
Uh, and one more thing, sir. If this class was there in the YouTube, don't tell them to remove, sir. Let it be there, sir. To overview
Okay,
again.
okay, okay,
Yesterday class was being removed, so that's what I'm
okay.
saying.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I have a doubt, sir.
Yes. Just tell me.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yes, I am able to hear you. Yes, tell me what is your doubt.
Sir, these slides are not in the textbook. What can we do, sir, in the study material?
I will remove some of this portion here in this slide and I'll share you whatever is there in your book, right? DDE book.
Okay, sir.
Or you want me to take only that? That also I can do.
No, sir, whatever is
It's better,
favorable for the
sir.
examination point of view and syllabus point of view, you can share that. That would
Okay.
be helpful, sir. So please
Yeah,
don't
surely
remove.
I will
Yeah.
change some of the slides here or I will remove some of the slides which is given here for your understanding. That I will remove and I will give whatever is there in your syllabus, right?
No, sir.
For
Apart
your,
from that, that would be extra knowledge wise. So we can keep keeping the examination point of view also.
but most of
The
you
purpose
asking
of
for
the exam.
examination point of view. Yesterday, that is why I have not shared this PPT with anybody. So give me time. I will remove some of the portions of this syllabus.
Sir, I don't think removal is required because that will help us.
Yeah, but here I'm having more than 300 slides. For your examinations, it will not be that much useful.
Sir, even if to have the knowledge, it will be okay with
Then
us.
no problem for me. I will
Sir,
share you.
kindly teach in exam point of view, sir.
Sir, the way,
Whenever I am telling, this is very much important. You have to concentrate more on that. Remaining things just here for your understanding, right?
and
Sir, actually, we don't know where it is in the book, sir. So while you are teaching, please tell us where it is,
See,
which unit like that, okay?
see, that book is for just reference purpose, right? That is not the original textbook of principles of management or management concept. That is for your reference, those who are away from the university. But I cannot prepare from that book and I cannot teach from that. If you want, I'll give you the slides according to that book.
Okay, sir.
so whatever is best suitable as per the syllabus, you decide yourself, sir, in favor of all of our student. I hope
Okay,
because
okay,
book is
sure,
already
sure.
there. Yeah.
Okay.
And sir, the
All
today's
this
session
will
is
be
not
there in your syllabus. All this what I'm trying to share here is there in
okay.
your syllabus. But
Okay.
in your book, it is cut shorted and given only the important topics.
Okay.
Right.
Sir,
I'll
sir,
send you
at
this
the end of the
PPT.
class, sir, can you
Ah,
upload the PDF at the end of the class in the comment box, sir? This PDF.
okay, no problem. I'll share this PPT.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And sir, today's session is not live streaming in YouTube. Could you please share it because
That I
many
don't
of
know,
us.
man. Actually, that has to be taken care by the administration. My job
So
here is to take class. Remaining things I don't have any knowledge about that.
Sir,
Live
can we
classes are
have
only for first day only.
Okay, okay, okay. That you will inquire with the administration, or otherwise I will ask after completing class.
Sir, can we have the current syllabus of the 7 subjects?
You don't have that, huh? You can
Uh,
directly go to Pondicherry University website, and there you have to select DDE. In that, the current syllabus is available.
Thank you, sir.
You can download, or otherwise next class I will download and send you. Right.
Directly,
Sir, and also send the important questions. So that's why
Okay,
we get
okay. Last
idea.
class, that is 8th class, I will share you last year asked question paper, right?
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. So that's
Okay.
we are get any idea to
Sure, sure,
go through these lessons. So
sure,
that's
sure.
only I asking
That
for
is
it.
also available in our university website itself. Last 8-year question paper.
Okay,
So
sir.
you have to visit our
Sir, but
university
we have
website.
7 subjects now, sir, for now. They are having only 5 subjects before.
Okay, that subject might be there in some of the other semesters. What is the extra subject you are having? Or that is a very new subject you are going to read. What is the paper name?
Uh,
Management concept, business environment,
Okay, all these
organizational
are.
behavior,
Ah, ah.
research
Business class, sir.
methodology,
See,
business
actually,
law.
management concept and organizational behavior is the whole paper.
Okay, now it is splitted into.
Now it is splitted into two, so you will be getting extra one paper, but it is very same. I have to teach all those two if it
Oh,
is in single paper, right?
okay.
So don't
Sir,
confuse.
but
Then
in
managerial economics
timetable,
also is there.
Sir, I think you
Timetable.
can start with the class. So discussion will
Yes,
take
yes.
more
All
time.
this you have to inquire with the administration people. I am just here to teach you what it is. Subject. You are asking these
Sir,
questions
once
only.
the class ends, can you share the current
That
syllabus?
I
Because in the
have
website it's not
now itself.
available. Yeah, sir.
Okay, okay. I will inquire with that people and I will try to send it to me. Or
Yes.
somebody have messaged me to them. I will share. You can get it from them.
Thank you, sir.
So
Because
you
it's
can
not
start the
available in
class,
the
sir.
website,
Already
sir.
10 minutes over, sir.
Yeah, yeah. It's already 12 minutes over. Okay, right. Let us start our class. So yesterday I have stopped here in 14 principles of management given by Henry Foyle, a French mining engineer. Right. So what is the need for these 14 principles? So how to maintain and manage an organization and their employees. That has been given in different 14 principles. Right. So how they have to maintain? They have to give division of work. So everybody is specialized in their own way. Skill sets are different from one people to another in a same organization. So you have to give the work, divide the work accordingly, then only the work can be done properly, right? That is the main idea of division of work. Second is the authority and responsibility. So work has been assigned to whom, what is assigned, when I have to submit that work, complete that work. So all that have to be done through an authority. Yes, about a supervisor, right? So a supervisor has been assigned to see the work which has been carried out by the employees in an organization and how they are doing, how they are completing the work with a control has been imposed. That is here said to be authority and responsibility. So then only they will be responsible in doing all their work, right? Next is the discipline. So work assigned, authority assigned. If there is no discipline, there will be no obeying of orders, right? So there should be obedience, discipline that has to be there. Then only all these have to be maintained, right? So discipline is a third important principle in organization to effectively get done the work from others. So next is the unity of command. So unity of command is nothing but I have told yesterday itself. Finance department there is one manager, HR, marketing. In finance department, if work is assigned to different people working in that department, right? So who is doing which work can be controlled by the authority. They have to do work, so discipline is maintained. The order which has been given from the top to the bottom in that same department is said to be the unity of command, right? So it has to flow from top to bottom. And also the interdepartmental or in the same department there are another command has been come. So which command the employee will obey? That is a confusion it will create, right? So it will be a say one command, it has to reach to the lower level. Unity of direction. So again it is also directing the way. The direction has to be given to the employee, right? The direction is always based upon the objective of the organization. So whether the employee of the organization doing their activities aligned with the organizational objective or not, or the goal plan of the work or not, has to be monitored. That is said to be the unity of direction. So you have to monitor this. Next is subordination of individual interest to general interest. So everybody is having our own interest, our own objectives, our own goals, but that have to be set aside and we have to work for organizational objective, right? That is what here said to be subordination of individual interest to general interest. Next is this remuneration of personnel. That is the salaries. The salaries have to be paid based upon their performance, based upon their works, based upon the job's difficulties, right? It is not depends on the favorite person, right? It has to be on the basis of performance. Centralization. Centralization is nothing but we'll be having a central government, right? And we'll be having a state government. So most of the powers have been accumulated into the central. Then the state. State subject, there are some of the powers, but all the important items have been taken care by the central power, right? Central government. The same has to be implied here. The power has been accumulated in one center. That is called centralization. So always it will be on the top level manager, centralized power. So they are having the full power, full authority. Right. There is another concept is also called decentralization. So powers have been distributed among the levels, different levels. So centralization is having one type of advantages. Decentralization is also having one type of advantages. But Henry Fayol talks about centralization, right? So next is the scalar chain. So chain of authority exists from the highest organization to the lowest. So the chain will always from the hierarchy order from top to the bottom, right? So top level, then to the next level, then to the next level, then to the next level. It has to be, the authority has to be in this order of chain. That is said to be here as scalar chain. It is not reverse order from bottom to the top. If bottom is raising questions, bottom is raising some problems, then the organization will not work as it is. So you have to control that. You have to make orders from top to the bottom. That is said to be the scalar chain. Next is the order. Organizational order for materials and personnel is essential. The right materials and right employees are necessary for each organizational function and activity. So you have to place a right person in a right position, and also you have to place a right material for your production. So order, there has to be a order persist in that, right? Next is the equity. So in organization, equity is a combination of kindliness and justice. So you have to make things that your low order employee have faith in your organization. So they have to think it's our own organization. So that faith you have to create through equity, right? Next is stability of tenure of person. This is very much important. After handling all these 11 items, but the people working in the organization within 6 months, 4 months, less than 1 year, they are getting out of the organization and going somewhere else, means all this work which you have created, all these principles you have employed to an employee will be useless. So you have to make a stability of tenure of personnel. At least they have to stay in the organization for some period of time. To attain the maximum productivity of personnel, stable workforce is needed. Right. So you cannot change frequently your employees. So then you have to make again a training. You have to give them all these workshops to make them understand what is going inside the organization. Again, they are getting out of the organization. Means if your new employee comes, you are going to do again the same procedure. It will create wastage of resources. 13 is the initiative. Thinking out of a plan and ensuring its success is an extremely strong motivator. Zeal, energy, and initiative are desired at all levels of the organization ladder. So most of the organizations, what we have seen is the decision makers will always be the top level managers. All the initiatives, all the new thinkings comes from that group only. But even to the next level, to the next level, to the bottom level, there might be an employee who knows very well about the process. They can also simplify some of the process through initiatives, through innovative thinking, right? That has to be appreciated, that has to be taken, right? Not depends on the levels of the employee. You have to give appreciation whenever there is a idea, whenever there is a new process innovation emerges from any level of the organization. You have to appreciate, you have to take that into the process. 14 is the esprit de corps. I have already told you Henry Foyle is a French engineer, right? So esprit de corps is nothing but a French word. What it means is team spirit, teamwork, right? Teamwork is fundamentally important to an organization. So individual efforts is better than collective. Yes, silent, make it silent. Teamwork is fundamentally important to an organization. Working teams and extensive face-to-face verbal communication encourages teamwork. But now it has been happening through digital world, right? So there will be no direct meeting. There will be no direct communication. So all that we are doing through digital via. Many of the organizations still going on work from home. Right. There are a number of studies have been carried out to find out the effectiveness of work from home, productivity of work from home, employee attitude after work from home. Right. So Esprit de Corps talks about teamwork. Teamwork will come only when you have interpersonal communication, right? Face-to-face communication. So these are all the important 14 principles you have to adopt in your organization to make more productivity by using less resources effectively and efficiently according to Henry Foyle, right? Still there are many companies which are using some of these principles, not all of these, for their success. So there are general principles of management which has been given here. Yes, who is that? See, all of you please mute your yes, thank you. So including these principles of management, there are some of the other general principles, right? Like planning, organizing, staffing, coordinating, and directing. This we have already seen from the functions of management, managers, right? So I'll cut it through and go to the next topic on scientific management. F.W. Taylor, Frederick Taylor. Frederick W. Taylor is often called as the father of scientific management, right? So sometimes the question will be asked like this: write about scientific management, right? Or theory based upon Frederick W. Taylor. So you have to write scientific management. So Frederick Taylor is often called as the father of scientific management. Taylor believed that organizations should study tasks and develop precise procedure. So most of the theory based upon F.W. Taylor is based upon the task which is going to happen in an organization, right? So task and how to simplify the task, how to give work to the employee. All these have been based upon this F.W. Taylor. Scientific management is a classical approach that emphasizes the scientific study of work methods to improve efficiency of work. So here he mainly concentrates only on improving the efficiency of work. He will not, or a disadvantage from here is he will not concentrate on the worker's point of view, right? Always on the work point of view, how you have to get the work, how you have to get the work from the employees. That is what the scientific management talks about. So among all the contributors to the school of thought, the contribution of Taylor is thought to be the most important. So scientific management focused on the productivity of individuals. So here he always thinks of the productivity. The classical administrative approach concentrates on the total organization, right? That we'll see in the later. So the emphasis is on the development of managerial principles rather than work methods. So he has telling here on scientific management is determining the best way to do each job. So here he always thinks on how to complete the task effectively and efficiently. So the first thought what he exposes is determining the best way to do each job. So you have to find out the best possible way of completing a job. It is not completing simply completing a job. So you have to find out best possible way. What it means is you have to use less time and less resources, and the productivity will be more. So manager sets the best way out and encourages employees determination to do that. That is the best possible way of doing a job. Selecting the first class men to do each job, like first class education, right? For all the recruitment, most of the IT companies, they are selecting first class to appear for the examination, to appear for the recruitment itself. Likewise, he has given this earlier in 1930s itself. So selecting the first class men. So during your selection itself, you have to find out the most eligible person get into the job. So efficiency of the employee is the ultimate target for maintaining workflow. So you have to select first class men to do the job. First is the best possible way to do job. Next is the whom have to do that. First class men can able to do the best possible way of completing a job, right? Next is paying per piece. It is not depends on the monthly salary. Whether you are working or not, whether you are completing the target or not, you will be get paid a certain amount of money for every year. You will be getting an increment without looking into your performance. But what he instructs is the pay based upon the work what he is doing, right? So pay per piece. So if you do 50 pieces per day, pay for that 50 only. If you do more than 50, pay for that more than 50. If less than 50, you have to pay for that less than 50. The salary will not be uniform for all. Right? That is what he is telling. Paying per piece. Analyzing workflow and paying for the best practices. Next is the duties of management. So duties of management, what it means is managers need to be ensured his or her duties. That is what the responsibilities. What Henry Foyle talks is authority and responsibility, right? That responsibility has been given here under duties of management. So the work has to be allotted to the respective person that the responsibility comes to complete that work. So this is what gentleman F.W. Taylor talks about the scientific management. So determining the best way to do each job. Next is selecting a first class man to do each job. You have to pay according to the work what he has did. You have to assign duties. Then only the responsibility will come to complete the work. This is what the scientific management talks about. So next what we are going to see is the evolution of scientific management. How it has been came. So historical development of scientific management began with the brain work of Frederick W. Taylor during 1880s and 1890s from the doorstep of manufacturing industries. So industrial revolution happened in Western countries. All these theories have been emerged out during that period of time only. So scientific management was established as a theory of management which analyzed and synthesized workflows in organization and industries. Main objective of the management is improving economic efficiency, especially labor productivity by analyzing workflow process. The themes of scientific management include analysis, synthesis, logical explanation, rationality, work ethics, efficiency, and elimination of waste. So that is the main important tagline. I'll tell you the scientific management always talks about the task which is assigned to an employee, how the task has been completed by the employee. So by all these responsible positions if he is holding, it will eliminate wastage of resources. So this is what the scientific management talks about, right? So he also emphasizes on 5 important issues in scientific management. To emphasize organized knowledge rather than rely on rule of thumb. So without understanding what is going outside or without understanding what is the easiest way of completing the work, if you are having a rule, thumb rule, you have to work on that, means it will create a problem. So next is the upstrain harmony in group action. So the owner or employer and workers employee should have good relationship. You cannot divide them, you cannot restrict them, right? So they have to create good relationship among themselves to complete the work, and it will create a harmony in an organization. To achieve cooperation, so competition of work should be replaced by cooperation to feel the need of each other in the organization, right? So if you create competition, sometimes it will yield you good result. Most of the time it will create enmity among the employees. So what he thought is, instead of competition you have to create cooperation. That is what he is telling. So work for maximum output rather than restricted output. So you have to get best possible solutions. What he is telling, best possible way of doing the job. So by doing that you have to get best productivity. There will be no stoppages. There will be no cut-off point. So you have to work until your best comes out, right? That is what he is telling. Work for maximum output rather than restricted output. Efficiency of employee essentially encouraged and kept open without target. That is what he is trying to tell. So next is the develop the potential of the workers both for their self development and organizational prosperity. In essence, Taylor emphasized the following points to achieve organizational efficiency. To develop a scientific way of performing job. Train and develop the potential of the workers to perform the job. Establish harmonious relationship between management and workers. So what the things which I have shared in the scientific management that has been given here with 3 important points. So what it implies? So you have to develop a scientific way. Scientific way, what it means is process engineering, right? So process engineering, what it means? Best possible way of doing a job with less resources that you have to develop in your organization. That is the idea of scientific management. And train and develop the potential of the workers to perform the job. You have to train and develop your employees to make their own potential. So you have to get out full potential out from them without any targets. To establish harmonious relationship between management and workers, among the workers also. So there will be a good relationship between the top level to the bottom level, all the levels of the organization. That is what the harmonious relationship, what he tells here. So again, here the basic ideas behind scientific management. The classical scientific school owes its roots to several major contributors, including F.W. Taylor, Henry Gunt. So there is a Gunt theory, right? We will see that. So Frederick Taylor, Henry Gunt, and Frank and Lillian Gillibreth. All these are the contributors to the classical approach, scientific approach, right? So these contributors and others developed the basic ideas regarding scientific management. So what is scientific management? If something came in your examination, what you have to write? You have to write about getting out the best possible way of doing the job. For that, you have to train and develop your employees to get their full potential and improve harmony in the organization. These 3 points, by having you can write a number of points, right? These contributors and others developed the basic ideas regarding scientific management. So developing new standard methods for doing each job. So how can you find out best possible way? It is not come from individual effort, right? So you have to experiment that. You have to find out ways and means to do. See, mute your speaker. So developing new standard methods for doing each job, selecting, training and developing workers instead of allowing them to choose their own tasks and train themselves, developing a spirit of cooperation between workers and management to ensure that work is carried out in accordance with devised procedures, right? That is what the objective of the organization. So dividing work between workers and management in almost equal shares, with each group taking over the work for which it is best fitted. So all these are the contributions, not only from F.W. Taylor, it is from the Henry Gunt, Frank and Lillian Gilbreth. So all talks about how to complete the task efficiently and effectively. During that completion of task, how you have to create harmony and how you can develop your employees by giving trainings, right? Next, what we are going to see is all about techniques of scientific management. So there are 6 important techniques of scientific management. It starts from functional foremanship technique, techniques of standardization of work. It is very important here. Standardization of work, techniques of simplification of work, conducting scientific study on work. So differential wage, what we have seen, wage per piece, right? Mental revolution. So all these are the techniques of scientific management. The theory of scientific management works on these principles. What we have seen in entry file 14 principles, right? Likewise, here he is having 6 principles, or here it is said to be the techniques. So the first technique, what it implies is functional foremanship technique. It is a method of dividing management in such a way that each employee shall have as much as possible functions to do. So nothing but division of work. So what Henry Foyle talks there is division of work, right? That is what the same thing here it is given, but on the functional area. The division of work here done based upon the functional area, right? Techniques of standardization of work. This is what the new thing, what scientific management gives to the entire world. Standardization of work. So it is applicable to employees, planning of work to be done at the standardized way. On the basis of study, efforts are made to maintain standard at workplace. So how can we maintain the standard? By creating experimentation of doing the work best possible way. You have to select, you have to find out the first class men, the most eligible men to set into the position of the works. Then only there will be a standardized work will happen. So standardization. So techniques of simplification. This is what this method is used to effective economy and to bring down labor cost through specialization. First you have to standardize the work, then you have to simplify the work, right? Simplification, the process engineering, you have to eliminate tedious process to complete a task. You have to cut short the unwanted process into a task. So you have to straight away complete the work with needed task. That is what simplification of work implies here. This method is used to effective economy and to bring down labor cost through specialization. It helps affecting economy of use of machine and affecting economy in the staff, right? So most of the companies are firing their employees, right? They are removing their employees. Why they are doing that? So according to their profits, according to their demand, according to their future business plan, the much needed employees they are keeping, the unwanted or excess have been removed, right? That is what happening right now also. So conducting scientific study on work. So it is applied to study method, time taken, motion of workflow for minimizing cost and maximizing customer satisfaction. That is what it talks about, conducting scientific study on work. Motion of workflow. So I have already told, right? So let us take from the point of human resources. Most of the time, the production department employees, the manufacturing side employees will move to some other departments for some other works. that has to be stopped. So whatever needed things, materials, that has to be given to them on their workplace. So they have not allowed outside to go and waste the time, right? It will increase the cost of employee productivity will be less. That is what here he says, conducting scientific study on work. I'm giving this example with HR perspective. It will be applicable to all other management functions also. So differential wage or piece rate, this we have already seen, right? So it has to be given, depends on the piece rate, or it has to be given based upon the performance. That is what differential wage. It is not equal to all. If it is equal to all, you cannot find out any performers out of that group. So you have to differentiate, or otherwise you have to give based upon the work what they have did, right? Applying this method, the rate of wage is commensurate on the basis of work done and not on the basis of time spent for the work, right? It has to be based upon the completed work, not based upon the time which has been spent on the work but not completed, right? So ultimately the output of the work will be taken to fixing of these wages, right? As a result of this, less efficient will be motivated to work more, and efficient workers will be encouraged to maintain efficiency. If this will be given as a wage, it will impact two ways. So already the employee, those who are performing well, they can maintain their efficiency, and the low performers will be given low salary. They will be try to improve their efficiency. It will improve the overall productivity of the organization, right? So this is what differential wage or piece rate talks about. Next is the mental revolution. So this method is dealt with the change of mindset of both employer as well as employees. Feeling of cooperation, right? Harmony, what we have seen, right? The same thing here given it as mental revolution. So mental revolution, nothing but harmony between the employee as well as the employer, or the change of mindset for both the employer and the employees towards the cooperation, right? So the techniques, what F.W. Taylor implies here is functional foremanship technique. So functional foremanship is nothing but division of work. Techniques of standardization of work, you have to standardize the work. Techniques of simplification, you have to simplify the process of work. So all these have been done based upon the scientific study, right? So you have to pay according to the job, according to the outputs, and you have to create mental revolution among employer as well as the employee to create more cooperation. This is what the 6 techniques of scientific management talks about. So next what we are going to see is the advantages of scientific management. There is a harmonic relationship between owners and workers in the organization or industries, which lead increasing efficiency. So harmony will be increased. If these six techniques have been adopted in any of the organization, what F.W. Taylor believes is it will increase the harmony between the employer and the employee. And the selection is based upon the scientific way. So scientific, what it implies, you have to select best out of the group, right? The first class men, what he means is best person, suited person, best possible suited person you have to select for the job. So by using this scientific management techniques, you can select scientific way of recruiting the workforce. So again, the advantage is there is an opportunities of scientific training and orientation for employees, which help to enhance knowledge, skills, and competency. Yes. So next is the higher wages paid to those having higher productivities. Scientific methods and techniques in better working conditions helps to eliminate waste or fatigue. Mute your mics, please.
Sir, we can't see your screen, sir.
See, I'm using mobile phone, ma. Next class onwards, I will use tab.
Your
Sorry,
screen is viewable. It is
desktop. Yes,
viewable.
yes.
Yeah, we
We-
can we can see.
You are able to see, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
we
we
are
are
able to
able
see.
to. We are able
Okay,
to see.
thank you. So thank you.
Clear,
Please
but
continue.
clear now, sir. Not clear.
So clear to see.
Yes. So next is the disadvantages of using scientific management. Scientific management is very much important topic, ma. So it comes under classical theory. That is what I am taking it elaborately, right? So scientific management has some limitations, disadvantages. So we are going to see that it gives emphasis on individual performance rather than group efforts. So wage based upon peace, right? So everybody will compete on their own to complete the task and increase their productivity, right? So there will be no cooperation among the employees. If there will be cooperation among employees, then what it makes? Competition, right? So here he will not talks about the competition. So it gives emphasis on individual performance rather than group efforts. So whenever you are fixing a salary based upon the productivity what the employees giving for an organization, then there will be no cooperation among the employees will be there. There will be no group efforts will be there. So individual efforts will be more. So it has made division of employees as efficient and non-efficient categories. So that is the another problem. If you divide the employees among performers and non-performers, it will not motivate the non-performers mostly to come out to become a performer, right? It will create enmity among the employees. So it gives thrust on specialization and repetition of work to increase productivity. So the right person to the right job, what it talks about, the right person to the right job, that will create more repetitive works rather than change of works, right? So only concentrates on productivity, so which create monotony and restrict innovation. So it will be like the machine who is doing the same job n number of times, right? So that kind of employees if you are having, they will not innovate, they will not change, they will not think outside world or out of box, right? So that is the another disadvantage of the scientific management. And it neglects human factor as it encourages work for money than work as human resources. So if you fix your wage based upon somebody is unmuted their mic, please mute. So it neglects human factor as it encourages work for money than work as human resources. If you are paying based upon the productivity of individual, so they will be working like a machine. At a certain point of time, they cannot improve their efficiency and they will be getting some mental problems also, right? So that will create a problem. You have to give respect, you have to give, or you have to think about the human factors. You cannot always think on the ground of productivity only. So productivity has been done by the humans only. So there will be some concerns regarding the humans have to be there, but it is not there in F.W. Taylor's scientific management. He always thinks about the productivity, how to attain the highest productivity, that is the main motto of F.W. Taylor's scientific management. So there is limited chance to creativity among employees as they are guided by managers and resulting to frustrations. That is what I am telling, that mental problems. So if it goes on getting the direction from the managers and doing the same job, every time you have to apply the work study flow, you have to increase the efficiency, you have to increase the productivity, means that will create frustration for the employees. So all these are the disadvantages which is attached with scientific management. Somebody has unmuted your mic, please mute, don't disturb the class. So major areas of scientific management practice. So there are three main areas of scientific management practice which include task performance, supervision, motivation. So all the scientific management you can put into these three major areas. That is, it is based upon the task, it is based upon the supervision, and it is based upon the motivation. So related to hiring right workers for each job, train them to maintain efficiency, and monitoring their performance by the management, that comes under task performance. So right person, right job, it will improve the efficiency, that has to be maintained and monitored by the supervisor. Next is the supervision, related to use of scientific method to study, work, and determine the most efficient way to perform scientific tasks, monitor and provide instructions. So that is what the supervisor's job here. So you have to find out best possible way of doing a job, right? So is there any problem arises, you have to solve that, and you have to monitor and provide instructions to your employees. Next is the motivation. Taylor gave thrust on finding the most efficient way of performing any job. Workers were motivated only by money. So here the motivation factor is always money, right? So the pay depends on the productivity. So the motivation only here, according to F.W. Taylor, is money. Most of the cases that is true also. If you are paying based upon the work, they will be work more to get more money, right? That is what he thinks. So that is the reason for his theory is referred to as the money as a motivator theory. So these are all the different areas what scientific management concentrates to increase productivity, right? Task performance, supervision, and motivation. So next what we are going to see is the evolution of management thoughts. So what are all the different perspectives which is available on different eras, right? So evolution of management thoughts in different perspectives. During 1875 to 1900, classical perspective, what we have seen till now is based upon that classical perspective, scientific management. 1900 to 1925, behavioral. So here the human factor has been taken into account. Behavioral attitudes, right, that has been taken care during 1900 and 1925. During 1925 to 1950, quantitative perspective. So it judges the quality of decisions taken by the decision makers, right, by using the mathematical and statistical methods. During 1950s and 1975, here it comes as system perspectives. So after technological innovations, most of the system oriented, all this what we have seen in the theories have been brought into the systems. That is what here it talks about systems perspective. Given thrust on understanding the organization as system that transforms inputs into output while in constant interaction with its environment. So systematic approach. It comes as a systematic, right? So 1975 to 2000 contingency perspective. So thrust on applying management principles and processes dictated by the unique characteristics of each situation. So you cannot put all these theories into the practical day-to-day activities of an organization. So you have to take it on the situation. Whenever there is sometimes there might be a new situation arises, right? So economic crisis 2008. So most of the industries are suffering. The reason might be outside of the organization. So Corona came. All this you cannot rely on the theories of management perspectives, right? So situation differs. So these are all the some of the, and after 2000 it is contemporary, right? These are all the some of the perspectives which has been emerged out. These are all the evolutions of management theories. So remaining things we will be discussing on the coming classes. So let me stop here and thank you. If you have any doubt, you can ask me now, or otherwise we'll close down our session. Yes, somebody has asked something.
Sir, I have can you share the current
Yes.
syllabus, sir, of the 7 subject?
I'll send it. Right.
Sir, can you share this PDF now, sir, in the comment box?
Now itself, Amma.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
share. I will
Both
share. I will share.
syllabus also, it will be easy, sir, for us to
Okay,
refer.
okay. What I am telling here is, according to your syllabus, let me cut short my PPTs and share with you. That will be very beneficial for your examination purpose. If you go through all my slides, it will be difficult for you to understand, or it will have more other than your examination point of view.
Okay,
Most
sir.
of you are working, right? So reading all this is difficult. You give me one day time tomorrow. I'll make it compact and share with you all, right?
Sir, what
Okay,
about
sir.
the syllabus, sir? Can you share that
Syllabus
now?
I will ask with the administration people and I will let you know if possible by today or tomorrow. Yes.
Sir, if the slides could be shared today, then it will be helpful for the
Not
entire
able to
week.
hear you. Somebody. Yes. Yes.
Sir, if the slides shared today itself, so it would be helpful in revision.
That is what I am telling. I will share you the slides. Once I will cut short some of the extensive things which is there in my the slides. It will be beneficial for you. Or otherwise I will share. If you want, I will share. No problem for me.
So it will be okay if you share.
Okay. Where I have
Sir,
to share.
share
Sir,
full
please cut short
PDF
it on
and
sheet.
kindly please attach important, na? Mark as
Yeah, that.
important. Then we will refer only this. But we have
Or
another
then better
full
I
PDF
will
also
share
with
the
us.
important things itself, right? That will be useful for you. That is what I am telling. Give me a day time. I will cut short and share with you all.
Yes, sir, no problem.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Please cut short and share.
Yes.
Sir.
So I think next class professors have came. We'll meet next class. Thank you all.
Sir,
Thank you, sir.
sir, I have a doubt.
Thank you, sir.
You will share in the email or WhatsApp? Please tell me how would the server share the slides?
I guess he has
We have requested through mail. He may upload the on the portal as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, ma'am.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, very good morning. I'm Dr. Umasri. I'm faculty of finance. I'm working in DDE. I'm going to take accounting for manager paper, right? Some of you may have studied BCom already. You may have studied basics in accounting for managers. Many of them come from science background or engineering background. They do not have any basic knowledge. So I wanted to start from beginning. What is the basic? What is the journal entry? What is the thing? From basic onwards, I am going to teach. Your accounting manager paper covers 3 accounting papers. One is financial accounting, the basic accounting, preparation of final accounting statements, all these things. Then cost accounting, cost sheet, marginal costing, all this standard costing, these things you are going to study. And some of the units from management accounting, that is ratio analysis, fund flow, cash flow, all these things are basic accounting knowledge. One manager should have all these knowledges, right? So that's why the syllabus is framed like that. But your examination point of view, 80 percentage problem oriented, 20 percentage only theory oriented, right? So you know very well, 75 percentage for external mark, 25 percentage for internal mark. For internal mark, that is one word questions, will multiple choice questions will be asked. For 75 marks, it will be part A, part B, and part C. Okay. In part A, that is 4 marks question, 5 questions you have to answer. Part B, 8 marks question, you have to answer 5 questions. Part C, 15 marks. Okay. Wait a minute, I will add PPT. Can you see this PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the paper accounting for manager in first semester you have. Can you say anybody what is accounting? Accounting means what? What is accounting? Many of you may have studied BCom. BCom students, can you say what is accounting?
To keep an account of something, ma'am. Especially when
Accounting?
we.
Keeping a record of transactions, ma'am.
Keeping a record of only for keeping. That is called bookkeeping. Only recording in transactions in the books, that is called bookkeeping. That is the beginning stage of accounting. First stage of accounting. Then is it completed only for recording the transaction?
Also important, ma'am. Analysis part.
Using the information for P&L.
Yes, that's why, see here, accounting definition itself explain you the total what you are going to do. See here, accounting is art of recording. Recording means all the business transactions recorded in the books. First book, that is called journal entry. That is bookkeeping. We used to say it is a bookkeeping, right? After recording the transaction, you have to classify. Classify under various heads. What is cash? What is X account? What is Y account? What is creditor? What is sales? What is purchases? So every month end, you have to come to know how much purchases have been done, how much we have to pay for creditor, how much we have to collect it from debtor. So all these informations you need, right? So for that, we have to classify the transactions, that is accounts individually. That is called ledger accounting. After preparing journal entry, you have to prepare ledger account, that is classifying the transactions what you have recorded, right? And summarizing What do you mean summarizing means what? What is summarizing? When you are preparing ledger accounts, you may have either debit balances or credit balances. So the ledger balances of debit and credit balances you have to bring into one statement that is called trial balance. Trial balance that depicts the, you know very well, accounting equation. All the debit transactions are equal to its credit transaction. That is the accounting equation. That means all the capital and liabilities are equivalent to your assets. That is accounting equation, right? So in this case, when you are bringing all the debit balances and credit balances of your ledger accounts into one statement, that should be tally. If trial balance is not tally, or it is giving debit side one balance, credit side one balance, that means error. You might have committed some error. So that is the trial balance is preparing for the purpose of arithmetical accuracy of transaction what you have recorded in the books of account. Then all these things you are recording in terms of money or money's worth, right? Significant manner. That means you have to record systematically. You have to follow the principles of accounting principles. All these things you have to follow. Then the transactions and the events which are in part, why we are preparing for the purpose of to know the result of preparing final account. What is the result? Whether to earn profit or loss. So what is the account assets balance? What is the liabilities balance? You should know, right? So all the transactions should be in financial character. If it is in qualitative, we cannot record it. So only all these transactions should be a financial character, and you have to record, classify, summarize in the terms of money, and all the events you have to record in the financial character, and you have to, it is preparing for the purpose of finding the profit or loss, right? So that is called accounting. Accounting definition itself explain you what you are going to do, entire thing, right? Bookkeeping is here only recording the transaction. That is called bookkeeping. That is that we used to say it as a journal entries. In bookkeeping system, there are two method of accounting system is there. One is single entry system of single entry system. Another one is double entry system. What is single entry? What is double entry? In petty shops and small businesses, they used to record only cash transaction and how much they have to pay, how much somebody have to give. Only one some transaction only they may record. It is called as improper accounting system of bookkeeping, right? They do not prepare balance sheet. They do not prepare profit and loss account. They will prepare only what cash comes in, what is to be debit, they have to bring, they have to give to the creditors. Only these things they will maintain. That is called single entry system of bookkeeping. In big organization, it will not reflect the exact profit or loss, or we cannot find out, right? So that is why in big concerns we used to follow double entry system of bookkeeping. What is double entry system of bookkeeping? Double entry means what? Each and every transactions of your business may have two aspects. What are the two aspects? Debit aspect and credit aspect. What is debit? What is credit? Debit means what? What is debit? Credit means what? Anybody?
Debit means what comes in, and credit means what goes out.
Both the words comes from Latin word. That is, debit means debito, credito. That means benefit. Debit is the benefit. Debito means Latin word. Debito means benefit receiving aspect. Credit is benefit giving aspect. Right? So each and every debit aspect is having equal and corresponding credit aspect. That is called double entry system of bookkeeping. Right? So
In simple words,
debit
in a simple words, debit means we have to take, or credit means we have to pay.
Mm. So I will come to the principal accounting principles here. So this is the accounting principle golden rule. The transactions which we are going to classify under three heads: personal account and impersonal account. Personal account means all the transactions which are in your business events and transactions you have to classify under three heads, that is personal account, real account and nominal account. So personal account means so those anybody name of the person or company name or anything related to any say for an example banks, name of the bank or organization or anything comes to under personal account, right? Impersonal account under that real account and nominal account. So what are the assets you are purchasing comes to the business, what are the assets goes out from your business comes under real account. Okay, so nominal account, under that you have to debit all the expenses and losses and credit all incomes and gains, right? So personal account is debit the receiver, credit the giver. So you have to debit those who are receiving the benefit, you have to debit it, credit the giver, right? So real account, that is debit what comes in. If you are purchasing furniture, so furniture account you have to debit. So so whatever comes into the business you have to debit it, whatever goes from the business that you have to credit it. Nominal account, under that all the expenses and losses, say for an example wages, salaries, rent, all these things are expenditure. These things you have to debit it and credit all incomes and gains. What are all the incomes? Dividend received, rent received, interest received, commission received. So all these things are income. Income you have to credit, right? And then let us see accounting concepts and conventions. This is the basic accounting rule. Then in addition to that, you have to follow some accounting basic accounting principles and practices, that is called accounting concepts and conventions, right? So accounting principles, that is concepts, what are all the concepts are there? Business entity concept, money measurement concept, going concern concept, cost concept, objectivity, accrual or matching concept, realization concept, periodicity, dual aspect. Accounting conventions are materiality, accounting for conservatism, consistency, accounting for full disclosure, right? So let us come one by one. Business entity concept. Entity means what? Business entity is different from its owner, separated from its owner. Owner's personal transaction should not be bringing to the books of business account. Business is separate, owner is separate, right? So in sole proprietary concern, if owner is taking goods from business for his personal use, that is to be treated as drawings, right? So you cannot write his personal expenditure if he is taking cash from business account. That should be treated as drawing. We should not take it as business expenditure. Okay, so that is why as per business entity concept, the owner is distinguished from his business activities. Okay. The next one is money measurement concepts. All the transactions which you are recorded in the books of accounts are measured in terms of money or money's worth, right? Then going concern concept. So where each and every businesses, when we are starting it, what is the we are going to close within 2 months or 3 months, 6 months, like that? No. So we are going to continue forever. The thought of starting the business continue forever. That is the going concern concept. The business will continue forever. It will not liquidate. So that is called going. We are preparing accounting based on all these concepts, right? Going concern concepts. The next one, cost concept. Based on cost concept, the assets and liabilities which are recorded in the books of accounts as a cost value. So assets what you are purchasing, that value will be shown in the balance sheet, right? You cannot write, say for an example, you are purchasing a van for your business. So now last year you have purchased 20 lakhs. this year it may go up 25 lakhs or 30 lakhs. You should not record in the market value. What you have purchased, cost value only we have to record in the books of accounts. Then objectivity. So objectivity means that is you have to whatever the transactions which you are recording in the books of accounts, you should have some evidences or invoices. If you are making sale, that invoice is the evidence. That is, when you are making auditing, thus some proof should be there. If you are purchasing any machinery, that bill should be provided, right? So all the evidences you have to be collected and you have to produce when you are recording the books of accounts, right? Then accruals or matching concept. So accruals means what? Revenue, sales. When you are making sales, when it is to be recorded in the books of accounts. So when you are when you are recognizing the revenue, that is when it is earned or cash received, or when you are issuing invoices, so that you have to record revenues in the books of account, and it should be matched with the expenses, debit side, right? That is accrual. That is accrual means, for say for an example, accrued but not received. Say for an example, you are deposited money into your bank. Interest is, it may be accrued this month. Every month interest will be accrued, but you might have not received. You may receive at the end of the year or next year, right? But accrued itself, it is treated as an recognition of revenue. Revenue is you have to revenue is created or revenue is comes, right? Whether you are receiving or not, that is not a matter. Whether is it, if it is accrued, you have to record in the books as income. Okay. Then realization concept. When you have to record your sales into realization. So when you are realizing your assets, or when you are earning the amount, because credit sales, you may not receive money. After 2 months or 3 months only you will receive. So that is also to be treated as sales. You should recognize these sales. So when you are issuing your invoices, sending the goods to your customer, it should be treated as revenue recognition. Sales you should recognize and record in the books of accounts, right? Periodicity. Period of preparing final accounts, it should not too lengthy and it should not too lesser. That is why 12 months period is taken for preparing yearly final statements. Okay. Then dual aspect. Dual aspect I already told you. Debit and credit aspect. Debit aspect is having equal and corresponding credit aspect. That is accounting equation. Under that, assets are equivalent to total capital and liability. These are all accounting concepts. The next one, accounting conventions, that is practices. So what are all the practices? There are 4 types. That is materiality. So materiality means all the informations which you are recorded in the books of accounts should be disclosed in the balance sheet. So you have to disclose it, but at the same time, if you are purchasing pen 10 rupees, paper 5 rupees, eraser 2 rupees, like that, no need to write like that. So if you are writing all these things individually, it will take time consuming, and then it is not practically it is difficult, right? So all these things you have to club into a stationery, right? So that is called materiality. You have to disclose all the informations, but at the same time you have to record all these things into the worthwhile, right? Then if it is a machinery, means big machinery, you can record purchase of machinery, like that. But it's small items you can club into under one heading, right? Accounting for conservatism. Conservatism, which means expected provisions. You are making provisions for bad debts, provision for depreciation. That is the expectation of future losses. You are anticipating the future losses. For that, you have to provide some provisions from your current profit. That is why provision for bad debts. If you are making credit sales, it may may be collected or may not be collected. We do not know. So that is treated as bad debts, right? So after some period, you have to write it off bad debts, right? That is why you have to create provision for bad and doubtful debts, provision for depreciation. All these things you have to write. That is called accounting for conservatism. Accounting for consistency. Consistency means there are various methods are there for when you are issuing from stores, when you are purchasing raw materials and giving issue for production, store you have to keep it, right? So there are various methods are there, LIFO method, FIFO method, weighted average method, which price you have to issue for production for consideration of determination of cost, right? There are various methods. If you are following FIFO method, you have to follow FIFO. FIFO means first in, first out method. LIFO means last in, first out method, like that, right? So depreciation also, for the calculation of depreciation, there are various methods are there. Fixed installment method, the written down value method, all these things. So if you are following one method, the same method you have to follow. If you are keep on changing the method of accounting, that will deviate your profit, differences will come. So you have to be consistently follow the same method. That is called consistency. Next one, disclosure. Disclosure means all the informations you have to give it in the balance sheet annual report. If you see footnote, they may be given. That is which method they have followed. Depreciation, they might have given under straight line method is prepared, under written down value method is prepared. Then stock is valued under LIFO method, FIFO method, like that. So all the informations have to be given in the disclosed in the books of accounts, right? That's all with regards to the accounting principles, accounting principles and practices, right? Accounting. Based upon these principles and practices, you have to prepare the books of accounts. Then next, first one, journal entry. How to record the business transactions in the statement, right? So journal means jor. Jor is a Latin word that means daily transaction. You have to record in the books of accounts. That is called primary set of book. That we can call it as primary set of book. That is called journal. Journal means jor means daily transactions you are recorded in the books of account in the that is called journal, right? See here. Journal specific, like this is this format, date column, particulars column, debit column and credit column. You have to record like this. Transactions will be given like this. This is the business transaction. On 1st April 2016, Mr. Ani started business with rupees 1 lakh and other transactions for the month are is given, right? So 1st April you have to record. 1st April what he is bringing, 1 lakh rupees he is bringing into the business as capital, right, in the form of cash, right? So when you are bringing the cash into for capital, what comes in debit? Debit what comes in? What is the journal entry? Tell me. What is the journal entry? Debit what comes in? What comes in?
Debit what comes in, credit what goes out.
Cash to capital. Cash to capital. Very good. So here cash comes into the business. So you have to debit the cash account. And who is bringing credit? The giver. Who is giver? Your owner. Owner's capital account, right? So cash account data, owner's capital account, 1 lakh rupees. Narration you have to write. What narration means, that is what is the short notes of your transaction. Business started with cash, or that is capital brought into business in the form of cash, like that. Anything you can write, right? So debit column and debit column and credit column, you have to record the same amount. All the debits are equivalent to your credit transaction. That you have to keep it in your mind. Okay, let us see another thing. April 2nd, purchase furniture for cash. Can you tell me the journal entry?
Purchase account to furniture account.
No, you are purchasing furniture.
Purchase account to cash account.
Furniture account data to cash account. Very good. Why we have to record furniture? You have to be very carefully see when you are purchasing goods. That is to be you have to record purchases account. When you are purchasing assets, you have to record the asset account. So when it is comes into the goods, when it is comes into the business. Say for an example, you
Sales
are
account.
doing. Wait. You are doing textile business. In textile business, you are purchasing furniture, right?
Sales
Furniture
account.
for other purposes. That is to be treated
Cash
as
account.
asset, right?
Asset.
Asset. Here, textile means when you are a bulk order clothes you are purchasing, that is treated as goods. Okay. When you are doing furniture business, furniture you are purchasing from wholesaler for the purpose of sale. That is to be treated as goods, right? So you should be very careful. Goods means when you are purchasing the asset which you are going for sale, purpose of sale, that is called goods. Okay, here you are purchasing furniture. Furniture is the asset. So furniture account data to cash account. What
Cash.
goes out? Cash goes out. Here furniture account data to cash account 7,000 being purchase of furniture in terms of cash, right? Then April 8th, purchase goods for cash rupees 2,000 and for credit 1,000 from college retail store. So what is the journal entry for this? Combined entry is there. You are purchasing cash purchases are also involved. Credit purchases also involved. So when you are making cash purchases, what is the journal entry? When you are making cash purchases, what is the journal entry?
Purchase to cash.
Purchase to cash.
Purchase to cash. Credit purchases?
Credit purchase
Khalid
to
to
cash.
credit purchase.
Debit the
Debit.
benefit receiver. Who is the benefit receiver? You are purchasing. You are benefit receiver, right? You are purchasing what comes in goods. So purchase account data. Who is the giver? Giver is
Khalid
calling
retail
retail.
store.
So you
Khalid
have
retail store.
to credit the Khalid retail store. So purchases account, you can combine entry, you can write. Total purchases 3,000, right? So purchases account data 3,000, to cash account 1,000 rupees, to Khalid retail store 1,000 rupees, right? See here, combined entry, purchases account data totally 3,000, to cash account 2,000, to accounts payable, or we can say it is a accounts payable or creditor or name of the person. If it is given, you write name of the person. Call it the retail store 1,000 rupees. Okay, meaning goods purchased on both cash and credit, right? The next one, April 14, sold goods to Khan Brothers 12,000 and cash sales 5,000. Can you tell me the journal?
Ma'am, cash to sales.
Cash account data, only cash. Credit sales also there. See here, sold goods to Khan brother. See here, in your transaction, cash, if they mention it is a cash sale. Without mentioning cash, name of the person, giver name, or when you are making credit sales, receiver name is given, that means credit sales. Okay, credit will not be mentioned. Name of the person, if it is given, that means credit sales. Okay, so you debit the what comes in cash, a cash account 5,000, and you have to debit the receiver account. Who is the receiver? Khan brother. So cash account data 5,000, Khan brothers account data 12,000 to sales account. What is your total sales? What is your total sales? 17,000.
17.
See, 17,000. See here, cash account data, bills. We used to say it is accounts receivable or bills receivable or debtor. That is called debtor. Khan brother is called as debtor. So cash account debtor, Khan brothers account debtor to sales account. Here it is not written. You have to write it like this. When you are making journal, say for an example, cash account Debtor means you have to write DR. We used to write like this. In this statement, it is not written. Cash account debtor. To sales account. Like this you have to write. Cash account, Khan Brothers account. Khan Brothers account. Debtor. Debtor you have to write DR. DR means debitor. Credit means you have to write to sales, right? So cash account is 5,000. 5,000. Credit sales 12,000. So total sales account is 17,000. Like this you have to write. Okay. Like this you have to
I
write.
have doubt.
Yes, ma.
Ma'am, for cash and Khan Brothers, we need not to write buy, ma'am. Because these days they
No,
are
no.
writing
Cash
buy.
transaction is totally different, ma. You are making sales. Khan brother is purchasing from you, right? So he is not giving cash. Cash sales is different. You are selling both cash sales as well as credit sales to Khan brother. Both the transaction you are making. Okay.
Ma'am, no, ma'am, that transaction I can understand, ma'am. But my question is, we should write buy before cash account and Khan Brothers account.
No. Debit what comes in, cash comes in. Debit the receiver. Who is the receiver? Khan brother is receiver. Credit what goes out? Goods goes out. Right? When you are selling goods, goods goes out. So sales account you have to credit.
Okay, ma'am, that's okay. That's okay, ma'am. But these days they are writing buy in debit. So that I'm asking.
Buy debitor. So when you are making debit sales, you have to write debtor, ma. When you are recording, you have to write debtor. When you are making two sales, like that, you have to write entry, journal entry, right? Cash account debtor, Khan Brothers account debtor to sales account. Let us see next one. Owner withdraw of worth rupees 2,000 for personal use. That is entity concept. Owner is distinguished from your business transaction. What is the entry for this? What goes on?
Drawing account data to cash account.
Very good. Drawing account data to cash account. Cash goes out. So you have to credit the cash. So you have to treat the transaction as a drawing. So who is benefit receiver? Owner is the receiver. Owner name you cannot write. That's why you have to write drawings. If he is bringing cash as capital, you have to credit the capital. If he is taking from money from business, that is called drawings. So drawings account data to cash account. Okay. The next one, April 22, paid Khalid retail store. So Khalid retail store, you have purchases, credit purchases on April 8th. April 8th, 1,000 rupees you have make credit purchases, right? So out of that, half of the amount you are going to pay on April 22. When you are paying for your creditor, what is the journal entry? What goes out now?
Cash.
Goes out. Who is receiving? Receiver?
Khalid retail store.
Khalid retail store. Yes. Khalid retail store account data
Cash to Khalid.
to cash account.
Khalid to cash.
Khalid to cash. Very good. That are accounts payable or creditor, whatever you can say. Name is not given, you have to write creditor. If you are making credit sales, name is not given, you have to treat it as debtor. Okay. Then April 26th received 10,000 from Khan brother. Khan brother, you have made credit sales 12,000. You are collecting on 26th April 10,000. So what is the journal entry?
Cash to Khan Brothers.
Cash comes in. So cash account data to Khan brothers account. Right. Next April 30th, paid salary.
Salaries to cash.
Salaries to cash. Salary is treated as an expenses. So nominal account. Debit the nominal account, cash goes out. So you have to credit the cash account. See here, salaries account, data to cash account. These are the journal entries you have to prepare. Right? After preparing this journal entry, I have given some other journal entries also. You have to practice. We cannot do many more problems. We have lot of chapters are there. So for example, only one problem I can do. You practice it. If you have any doubt, last class we will discuss. Okay. So after preparing all these journal entries, you have to prepare ledger accounts. Ledger accounts means what? Classifying all the transactions into one account, right? So you have to classify cash account. What is the closing cash balance at the end of the month? So what is the Khan Brothers amount due? What is the amount we have to pay to your creditor? Like that. What is the total purchases? What is the sales? So this is the method of T account. We used to say it is a T account. So debit side, we have to prepare like this. This is a ledger account. Left hand side called debit side. Right hand side called credit side. Left hand side, that is date, particulars, amount. Debit transactions you have to write in the debit side. Credit transactions you have to write in the credit side. That is date, particular, amount. Say for an example, one thing. Let us see. See here. This is the journal. Cash account we are preparing here. Wherever you have written cash, you have to bring it to the debit. If you are making debit cash, cash account debit side, you have to write owner's equity 1 lakh. That is cash receipt side. Inflow side. Debit side is cash comes in. Credit side, cash goes out. That is debit and credit. Okay. So debit side, what is there? 1 lakh cash. Then purchases to cash. Credit side, buy. Here you have to write buy purchase. Here you have to write two equity. When you are preparing ledger account, here you have to write two. Credit side you have to write buy purchases. Purchases is you have to write 15,000. Then cash debit side sales. Cash sales, that is 25,000. Then accounts received, only cash transaction it will enter, right? So buy drawings 4,000. Then commission to commission 2,000. Then 23, this one will not come. Credit transaction you cannot enter in the cash transaction. Then debit side accounts receivable 10,000. So here by salary 1,000. Accounts payable, that is you have paid, cash goes out. So by Ali Sons, that is 8,000. So now at the end of the month, you have to balance you have to close the ledger account. When you are closing, you have to say debit side is exits or credit sides are exits. So total balance, how much in your debit side? It comes 1,37,000. Credit side only 28,000 is there. So that is called, remaining amount is called balance carried down. At the end of the month, 31st July, you have to write balance by balance carried down 1,09,000. Then this is closing balance, closing cash balance you have end of this July 1,09,000. Next month you have to bring it to the opening. The closing balance of the previous month will be the opening balance of next month. Okay, closing balance of previous months will be the opening balance of next month. So opening balance, see here, you have to write August 1st. To balance brought down 1,09,000. So this account, what you have to treat, is it a debit balance or credit balance? When your balance brought down, opening balance comes which side? Debit side comes, that is called debit balance. Suppose your balance brought down comes to the credit side, that is called credit balance, right? So like this, you have to prepare purchases account, sales account, and then machinery account, drawings account, and then accounts receivable, Rahil store account, Ali account, salary account. Like this, individually you have to prepare all these ledger accounts. Then you have to bring all these balances into the one statement. That is called trial balance. See here. Ledger accounts, I have prepared all these accounts. See here, purchases account, capital account, cash account, Mono account, purchases, furniture, all these things. After preparing these ledger accounts, you have to prepare trial balance. See here, trial balance. This is the trial balance, statement of trial balance, particular debit column, credit column,
Excuse me.
ledger balances. You have to see here. All the ledger balances, that is, say for an example, I told debit balance which side. The Sona account opening balance brought down in the debit side. So debit, this is debit balance. Mini account is credit balance. Furniture account is debit balance. Like that, all these debit balances and credit balances of your ledger accounts bring into this statement called trial balance, right?
Will I get the recording of
Yes.
the session?
Yes. When you are preparing, when you are preparing trial balance, you have to be keep in your mind all the expenses account is debit balances, all the incomes are credit balances, all the assets are debit balances, all the liabilities are credit balances. Okay. These four things you have to keep it in your mind while preparing trial balance. Okay. So try see here, trial balance statements are given. You have to prepare statement, right? See here, bank loan. Bank loan is a liability or asset?
Liability.
Liability is credit balance. You have to write credit balance. Bank loan, credit side you have to write, right? Marketable security. That means short-term asset. Marketable security is asset. You are investing in some short-term asset. So asset is to be debited. Debit. Marketable security, debit. Okay. Bills payable.
Liability.
Current liability. So credit. Credit.
Somebody has to go on mute. We are getting noise.
I'm not audible.
Please go on mute, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam, can you explain the drawing?
Explain. Which one?
What is drawing? Drawing.
Drawing means owner taking cash from your business for his personal use. That is called drawings. Cash, goods, whatever he is taking for his personal use from the business, that is treated as drawings. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Unearned revenue. That means what? Unearned revenue means?
Outstanding.
Outstanding. Very good. He might have received but not accrued. Say for an example, advance. Rent advance you may received in advance, but it may accrue for the next month or next year, like that. So that is called unearned revenue or outstanding revenue. So outstanding revenue, what is it, a liability or asset?
Asset. It's
No.
asset.
Liability.
Accrued income is treated as asset. Accrued but not received is treated as asset, income. Okay. When you are received but not accrued, that means liability. Suppose if you have not commission received in advance, if you have not completed that work, you have to repay. That is liability. Okay. So unearned income or outstanding income is treated as liability. You have to write the credit balance, right? Then sundry debtor. Debtor means credit sales, what you have made. That is called asset or liability?
Asset.
Sundry debtor is asset. Sundry creditor is liability. Outstanding salary.
Asset.
Liability.
Liability, that is salary you have to pay expenses, but not it paid, liable to pay. Okay, outstanding salary is treated as liability, you have to write debit side. Outstanding salary, liability, that is credit side, right? Outstanding salary. Prepaid rent.
Asset.
Asset.
Asset, very good. That is whatever you have paid in advance. If you have not yet paid in advance, that cash might be in the business, right? So that is why it is treated as an asset. Then insurance expenses. Expenses you have to debit. Expenses debit, right? Then owner's investment. Investment is credit. Capital you have to credit. Then rent and rates expenses debit. Then accrued depreciation on equipment. Simply depreciation is given, that is called expenditure, you have to write debit. But when you are making provision, accumulated depreciation, you have to write credit, right? Accrued in revenue. Accrued revenue is asset.
Asset.
Right? Asset. Asset means the debit. Okay. Sorry. Asset means debit. Debit.
Excuse
Asset.
me, ma'am.
Machinery, debit.
Asset.
Drawings,
Credit.
credit. Equipments, asset. You have to
Asset.
debit it. Right?
Hello.
Maintenance expenditure, debit. Expenditures you have to debit.
Ma'am, drawings debit.
Drawings is liability, ma.
And why is the prepaid rent treated as a asset?
Which one?
Prepaid rent, why it is treated as an asset?
Prepaid, huh? Why? Because you are paying in advance, right? If say rent paid in advance, if you are not yet paid, that cash will be in your hand, right? That is asset will be in your hand at the day next month when it will be actual expenditure. That one at that time only it will be treated as expenditure. Till that time it is treated as an asset. Prepaid rent or prepaid commission. So all these things are treated as an asset. Okay. See here, machinery is treated as an asset. Drawings, what we do in the liability side, capital, we have to deduct the drawings from that. Otherwise, we have to treat it as a debit balance. Drawings is a debit balance, right? If they would now taken from your business, that it be in your business. So it is to be treated as a debit balance. Then equipment is treated as an asset, you have to write debit balance. Maintenance, all the expenditures are debit balances. And then unexpired insurance, that means what? Prepaid insurance is asset. Unexpired means 1 year you might have paid a premium, but period is not yet completed. So that is called prepaid insurance, that is to be treated as an asset, right? Vendors payable. Payable means liability.
Liability.
Credit. Okay, you can check it. This is the trial balance. After now it has come to end. You have prepared journal, ledger, trial balance. After preparing all these things, you have to prepare final accounts. Each and every business organization at the end of the year, they have to prepare trading, profit and loss account and balance sheet. If it is a manufacturing concern, they have to prepare manufacturing account also. If it is a trading concern, only trading, profit and loss account and balance sheet. I have given explanation everything. Specimens in trading account, how you have to write heading, debit side, credit side, you have to write what are the items to be entered in the trading account. Only that thing you have to take. See here, trading account for the year ending 31st March or 31st December, like that you have to write. Debit side, trading account, you have to write start with the opening stock and end with the closing stock, right? So opening stock plus purchases less purchases return or return outward, you have to deduct and enter in the amount in the outer column. Then other direct expenditures you have to write, that is only wages, freight charges, carriage inwards, clearing charges, packing charges. If you are making export, export and import, the dock duties, octroi duty. When you are bringing raw material from your some other country, you have to pay octroi duty. All these things comes under direct expenditure. So direct expenditure you have to write in the trading account. Then credit side, sales less sales return, closing stock you have to write. Now you have to close this account. You have to see credit side, if it is exceeds your debit side, that is called gross profit. Suppose debit side exceeds your credit side, that is called gross loss, right? Then you have to continue the account, profit and loss account. Profit and loss account, that is if it is a gross profit, you have to bring it by gross profit brought into account. If it is a gross loss, debit side you have to bring to gross loss, bring into this account. The other administration, factory expenditure, other expenditures you have to bring into this profit and loss account. Salaries, rent and rates, stationery, postage, insurance, trading, bank charges, commission, sales and distribution expenditure, office and administration expenditure. All these expenditures comes into the profit and loss account debit side. The income earned from other businesses, commission received, rent received, discount received, interest received. So all these incomes you have to write in the credit side of profit and loss account. After closing this account, your credit side exceeds your debit side, that is net profit. Your debit side exceeds your credit side, that is called net loss. Okay. After preparing this balance sheet, you have to prepare. In this balance sheet, liability side, left hand side, asset side, you have to write credit side, right? Right hand side. So here you should not say debit side, credit side. It is a liability side, asset side. You should not say debit, credit, because liabilities are credit balances, assets are debit balances. You have to write like this. The balance here, the heading, how you have to write: balance sheet of Mr. Owner of the name, you have to write balance sheet of Mr. X as on 31st December or 31st March 2024. Like that you have to write the heading. Liabilities, under that you have to classify permanent nature or current nature. If you start with capital, that is the permanent nature. Asset side also you have to start with fixed asset and current asset. Here capital, then current liabilities, right? So if here you have started current liabilities and current assets. Current liabilities, what are they? Sundry, creditor, bills payable, bank overdraft, outstanding expenses. These are all current liabilities. Then long-term loans, long-term mortgage loans, debentures, all these things are long-term loans. Then reserve fund, that is any reserves transferred to general reserve or reserve fund, that is reserves and surpluses. Then capital, in case of sole proprietary concern, closing cap, you have to write how to find out closing capital. Opening capital plus net profit, if it is there you have to add. If it is a net loss, you have to deduct. If you have drawings, that you have to deduct it. And then if you have income tax paid, that also to be deducted. That is the end capital. Capital at the end you have to write in the outer column. Here current assets. What are the current assets? Cash in hand, cash at bank, bills receivable, sundry debtors, short-term investment and closing stock. These are all comes under current assets. Prepaid expenses is also current asset, right? Then investments. If you have make any investments, and then fixed assets, furniture, fittings, plant and machinery, land and building. These are all fixed assets. Then goodwill, patents. These are all what we can say it is a intangible asset. The fixed asset under that tangible and intangible. Tangible is furniture, fitting, plant and machinery are tangible. Goodwill, patent rights, copyrights, these are all comes under intangible assets, that also to be shown in the asset side. Okay, this is the balance sheet specimen. And then some more adjustments are there. After one statement will be given at the end of the year, the trial balance will be prepared. After preparing the trial balance, some adjustments will be given. So what are all the adjustments that I have given journal entry, how it is to be treated, everything in this PPT. This PPT is available in your website. Pondicherry University DD website. Under that, first year, accounting for manager, it is there. You can download and see. Go through this. All these things I wanted to explain, but we have no time to explain all these things. Let us straight away do one problem. How to prepare final accounts with this adjustment. We will understand, right? Generally, closing stock, provision for bad and doubtful debts, depreciation, these things will be given in your adjustment. Accrued income, outstanding expenditure, interest on drawings, interest on capital, and then depreciation, that is unearned income. All these things will be given in your adjustment. So how it is to be treated? 15 marks case study. Problem will be given like this. Statement will be given, that is trial balance will be given, and then adjustments will be given. So how to prepare trading profit and loss account? This is the trading profit and loss account for the year ending 31st December 2009, like this. Then balance sheet you have to prepare. Trading profit and loss account and balance sheet you have to prepare with this trial balance and adjustments. Now already time is getting over. Next class you practice it, all these things where it comes. Just next class I will explain you how to prepare this trading profit and loss account, how it should be entered, right? You then after that we will go for lot of problems are there. We will go one by one. Okay.
Madam, will you be sharing this PPT?
It is already available on our website, DDE website. You go to that.
Ma'am, can you
The
go to
students,
upload?
see here.
And when will be the next class for the accounts?
Next class
Ma'am?
next week Saturday, Sunday will be there. Okay.
Ma'am, I have a doubt, ma'am.
Yes.
Trial balance drawing is liabilities, and why are they putting debit?
Trial balance?
In trial balance drawing is liabilities.
I don't understand what you are asking.
Trial balance drawing is liability. But we are putting it in the debit side, why not?
Trial balance drawings is given debit balance. Yes, debit balance. Drawings is debit balance, right? Correct only.
Ma'am, but that is liability, ma'am.
No, in liability side we should deduct. Capital we have to deduct the drawings. Capital is credit balance, ma. Capital is credit balance when bringing the cash into the business owner, that is credit. When he is taking for his personal use, that is debit balance. You have to deduct it. Drawings always debit balance. Capital is always credit balance. Okay. Okay, you practice it. Next class we will do one problem under final accounts. Then depreciation, fund flow, cash flow ratio, marginal costing. So many things are there. We have to rush it. You practice it. Each one heading, I will prepare one problem. Okay. Okay. Next.
Ma'am, what does mean by retain earning, ma'am?
Return?
Retain earning.
Return earning.
Retained earning, ma'am.
Retained earnings. Where it is there?
Ma'am, in a book, ma'am.
Retained earnings, that is when you are making credit sales, you are receiving from your debtor, that is retained earnings.
Okay, ma'am, thanks.
Okay, ma'am. You practice it, next class you will see. Next teacher is waiting, I think so.
Can you share this PDF?
PPT, it is available on our website.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
can you please tell one more time?
you. Good morning to all of you.
Good
Good
morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, madam.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Able to see the PPT I have uploaded.
Visible, ma'am. Visible.
It's visible, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, right. Good morning. So I am Dr. Purita. I am faculty of Directorate of Business Education, Pondicherry University. So in a way, you can say that we are exclusive faculty for you people, right? We are faculty of DDE. So I'm very happy that you all have joined DDE, and I welcome all of you. So I take care of the human resource department of DDE, and for first years now I'm going to take you organizational behavior. That is a paper we are going to handle, right? Okay. So as this is our first class, and this is the time we know each other, that because we are going to travel for the next 2 years, I'll be handling a paper in second year also for you, and those who are specialization of HRM, we will be we'll be having classes for third and fourth semester also, not for other specialization. In third and fourth semester, I'll be handling for HR specialization only. Okay. So this is about me. I work in DDE for the last 17 years here. Previously, I was in Chennai working with SRM University. So this is all about me, and I would also like to know about you people. So whenever possible, please converse. As this is an online class, you know, it's a challenge for both sides, for you as well as the teacher also. At least you have the freedom of, you know, doing whatever you want, closing the video, or in between you can get away, go. Think about us, poor people. We have to look at ourselves in the monitor, and we have to imagine that some people is opposite. And if it is some before Corona period, you know, people might think that whether they'll question my sanity, because if a person to themselves, what you will say. But Corona has changed our perspective, and we think that okay, this is a new normal, that you can talk to monitor, you can talk to phone, you can talk to wall also. Okay, people accept that, right? Okay. So what in these years of this online experience, you know, what I have checked is the effectiveness increases only when you participate in the class. That too, I'll tell you when I realized this, you know, we have to attend some classes, like, you know, there is academic staff college, okay? So every now and then, say for example, every 5 years or 3 years, we will have the, what do you say, I'll not say, it's like punishment. We have to go to the class, we have to attend the course and come back, right? And during this online, last time when I attended a 1 month course, I realized that attending the online class is really very tough. The attention span is very low when it comes to online class compared to the offline class. Because in offline class, what happens, you know, the attention span can be brought back when a teacher is looking at you. See, if I know somebody is dreaming, I can just stare at them and immediately you will come back. Attention span will be brought back. But in online, that is missing. Okay, so I understood that in those classes that what I learned is very low. Even though I attended the whole 8 hours, it might be effectively maybe 1 or 2 hours. Then I started experimenting how this is. Whenever I started participating in the class, when I say something, my attention span was retained in the class. So what I want to do is, this learning I want to implement in my classes. So what I do is, kindly participate in the class, right? Say something. Whether it is right or wrong, doesn't matter. Whenever a question is asked to you, answer it, right?
And making mistakes is the best way of learning. Even you make a mistake, you will never forget the right answer after that. So can I expect from you people? A lot of students are there. 220 is there. Can I expect that?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Now you have seen that if everybody talks, nobody can hear. So what we are going to do, whenever I ask a question, some of you should raise your hand through that. You know how to raise a hand, right? So I will call out the name. So other students, your friends also will come to know your name and who is talking. That way, we can have a personality built in our image. So this is the classmate who is talking. So you will come to know your friends also. Right? Is this okay? So can we start the class like this?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
let's go to our presentation. This is, as I told you, organizational behavior. Right? So what is organizational behavior? Let us take these two words separately. Organization, behavior. Organizational behavior. There are differences, right? A organization, I think, you know, whether you have had your management concepts class, I don't know. Previous till your batch, you know, we used to have management concepts and organizational behavior in the same paper. It's a combined paper. You will learn management concepts and then you will come to organizational behavior. Due to EGC's mandate, we have separated. Management concept is separately taught to you now on organizational behavior. So let me say, to introduce, what is an organization? An organization is a group of people, right? Organized. People come together. Why we come together? Why we come together? Question.
To achieve the goal of the organization.
Very good.
To achieve
What
common
is the
objective.
goal of organization? Usually, generally, what is the goal of organization?
Organization.
Normally, earn profit.
To make
Very
profits.
good. Profit maximization.
Discipline.
Right? Very good. Yes. So, and unless until it is an NGO or we have some other goal, usually what do we say? To earn profit, right? Okay. So that is organization. What is organization? Simply people gather together. Usually by one person who is called a founder or CEO, whatever you call the name, the owner of the organization. They invest, they give the money, they hire people, bring everyone together to achieve a common goal called organizational profit. Right. So what is the problem here? Why we have to come to the second one? Behavior, organizational behavior. Right? Organization's behavior is something else. That is the policies, protocols and the visions and missions which is proposed and implemented by the top people. That is organization's behavior. How the organization behave. Right? We are not going into that. That is another, we are worried about, we are talking about the behavior of the people inside the organization, right? Why this has to be an important study for all the managers? Let me tell you why. Usually we say in MC, there are 4 M's for an organization, right? What are those 4 M's? Men, machine, material, money. Okay, so we say that these 4 together comes for the organization, 4 M, right? In this, think about the 3 M, machine, material and money. These 3 are in my control. If I am the say founder, I have the money. So what do? I have the money. Where to spend? I have the control. I can buy material whatever I want. I can keep it in godown. I can reuse it, remake it, or I can even scrap it. My control. Machine. I buy the machine. I buy from Germany or India or wherever I want. My control. Whenever I think the machine is useless, I can throw it. Got my point? But can I say these characteristics to the 4th M called men? Can I just like that buy them? Can I just like that move them from one place to other? Or can I just throw them out?
We can do everything, but we cannot control their attitude and the approach.
No. We cannot do.
We are an organization.
You cannot buy. You cannot throw. Right? You cannot buy. Make it clear. Right? You cannot buy people. You cannot throw people. There are rules for that. Machine is not going to question you when you throw it. Material is not going to question you.
But people can question them. Yes.
Yes, Pragati.
People can.
Yes.
People can question her, question them for why doing these things, why you are doing that things. So
Yes, exactly. So the thing is, point is, you cannot handle the 4th M like you do the other 3M, right? Why is that? Because the other 3M doesn't think. They don't have a characteristic. They don't have personality. They don't have individual entity. But every man you hire, every woman you hire, everybody is unique. See, for example, imagine like that. I'm buying 15 machines from one company. All the 15 machines are identical. The noise I get is identical. The power consumption is identical. The output is identical. Whenever I have a problem, it is identical, similar. I can have one machine repair person, one machine man to attend to all the machines. One training is enough. Just like that. Right? But can I say if I hire 15 people, all the 15 are unique, similar, I can handle them as it is in the same
No, ma'am.
manner?
No, ma'am.
Impossible.
No, ma'am.
15 people will show you 150 personalities. Right? Very hard. Very hard. That is why the behavior has to be studied. Right? Do you accept my point?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Now
Yes,
we
ma'am.
come to the important portion of the subject. Right?
The point regarding characteristics of machines.
Characteristics of?
How it is not indifferent. Characteristics of machines. How it is not indifferent from other 2Ms.
Sushant Mandal, I'm not hearing your voice properly. Let me increase my volume. Now tell me, Sushant.
You told 3Ms are all equal except man. I'm asking machine's characteristic is indifferent from other 2Ms. It is equivalent to man's characteristics because we are not. You are getting my point, man?
No, I don't think so. Okay, let me say, you correct me if I'm wrong. You are saying that machines have a characteristics too, right?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Yes, but exactly. But my point is that characteristic is common for all the 15 machines I buy. Every machine is not going to act separately. You get my point? See, for example, at every evening 6 o'clock, if a machine will get heat and I have to cool it down for 5 minutes, that is common for all the machines. I can switch off all the machines by 6 o'clock, allow it to cool for 15 minutes, 6:15 I can switch on, right? But my employees who I hire for 15 machines, 15 machine man, imagine, all the 15 machine men will not go for a restroom in the same time. All of them will not go for tea or cigarette in the same time. All of them will not take leave in the same time. Are you able to understand? That is where it differs. Okay, right.
Ma'am, can we also use the word instead of characteristic? Can we use the word consciousness for men?
No.
Would that
Characteristics,
be
personality is the right word. Every person have a personality, right? Personality differs. Every human is different, unique. Every human is unique. You cannot have two humans as it is, even though they are identical twins. You take that. They come from one cell. They are split
yeah,
cell, right? But still,
yeah.
they look identical. They grow in the same height, skin color, eye color, everything will match. But thinking will never match.
Exactly. That's my point, ma'am. That's why I
They
said
will have
that we can
separate
use the word
personalities.
consciousness.
No, consciousness is separate. Consciousness is the root of the personality, right?
Okay.
Conscience is the root. That is the inner part of your thinking. We'll come to that. This is actually, it is psychology paper. Okay, organizational behavior is a psychology paper. So we will be having a scientific part on how these things work. We will come slowly to that. Okay, but right question, Amulya, you remind me when we come to that. We will discuss it elaborately. Okay. Now let's
Sure,
come
ma'am.
to why this term, why we are not saying behavior, why we are not studying behavior, organizational behavior, why there is. It is very important dimension, interesting one, because a person's behavior in organization is different. Understand this clearly. Take time for 2-3 seconds, then we will move on, because this is the crux of the subject, Or you can put yourself in the shoe and think. Say for example, at home, okay? At home, you are a ladla, like you are a very, what do you say? Everybody is pampering. You are a single child, okay? So if your mother is scolding you or something, what you will do immediately? You will stamp your feet, you will raise your voice, or you will throw, you will say that I will not eat, okay? You go to organization and your manager is scolding you for a silly thing. What will you do? Can you stamp your feet there? Or can you say, I don't want lunch today?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Impossible. What do? We swallow it, right? Are you a different person in organization? No, you are the same person, right? Morning you pampered in the house, you made a lot of tantrum just because your mother told something. But the same person when he entered into the organization has become timid. Is it fake or are you acting? No. You are original, you are the individual. But what happens? Your behavior in the organization is different from what you are in the society, what you are in the family, what you are in the school, what you are among your friends. Everything is different. But all are you. All are you. Right? So, that part of behavior which is elicited in the organization because of the environment or stimulus or the position you hold, all these things together, that is what we are going to see in this subject, that particular topic. How a person behaves in the organization, why he behaves such, and what are the conditions, right? And why we have to do this is not for the, what do you say, betterment of the society, or you all are management students. Remember one thing, whatever we study in management or whatever you do in the organization ultimately has a hidden agenda. What is it? Profit maximization. Remember always that. Why we teach this subject to the human resource managers, probable human resource managers? Because you should know how to handle your employees. Why you should know how to handle your employees? Then only you can elicit the conditioned behavior, whatever you want, how you want them to behave. And have you seen this, what do you call that, dance of puppets? You know, exactly imagine that. Why we learn this psychology? Because we want to make our employees dance to our tunes so that we can earn profit maximization. This is the simple truth, right? You have this in the mind. Why we have to study organizational behavior? When you become the manager, you should know how to handle your people, right? This is one side. The other side, as employees, read the subject properly. I know most of you are working. This will help you open your eyes on how people are manipulating you, or how you can safeguard yourself, protect yourself, or how you can handle your peers or superiors or whoever it is. Right? On either side, this subject is going to help you to understand yourself better, your position in the organization, and also on how other people are behaving. This will give you an eye opener on, what do you say, your empathy side will open. I am sure about that, because all these years I have seen that after studying this subject properly, your empathy will open. You can see that instead of accusing a person, you will come to learn, you will come to think why he is doing so, what is the reason behind it. That will help you in the life also, not only in the organization. Your relationship quality will be improved in the social life also, if you are able to understand the basic psychology concepts of behavioral psychology. Okay, right. So with this note, we enter into the subject, right? Okay, so all about organizational behavior is what people think, feel, and do. Just three things, right? Because thinking is the first step. So based on the thinking, what do you think? How do you think? When do you think? All matters. We will come to that later. But thinking, first step. So based on that thinking, you act. You are doing something, right? And as a consequence, or before that, you feel. Because that experience, what do we call as feeling, that is a layer of experience that goes into your mind. which makes you as a personality. So that feeling is an important step. So when you think, when you do something, you get a reciprocation, you have some feedback that makes you a person, that becomes a experience layer feeling, right? So that is the simplest explanation of what is behavior. So what are all the things we will be studying? The behavior, decision making, the perceptions and emotional responses. All these components we will see. Who should read this subject? For whom? Not only for managers, for all the people in the organization. As I told you, this will help you to handle your manager also. It is not necessary that only manager should handle you. You should know how to handle your manager and peer. So this is for everybody who is working in the organization. And why? Why we should study this subject? This helps us to make sense of the world. Purposefully I use the word world because that would be right if I say helps us to make the sense of organization. No. As I told you, when you come out of the company, also the subject is going to help you to understand your wife or husband or kids or mother, father, whoever it is. Right? Because according to me, you know, a family is also an organization. Only the goal is not profit maximization, but a family is also exactly, it is a structure of an organization where people come together to live happily. Each of us help each other. So you can apply all these concepts in your family organization also, and helps to predict and brace ourselves ready. This is an important point. When you are able to understand, you know, the subject, you are one step ahead of other people. So what happens? You are ready, you are equipped now. You know that what is going to come next. So you can brace yourself. You can be ready. And yes, okay, the next point is this. I can at least protect myself from getting harmed. Are you able to understand? So this is the importance of this subject. So why I am elaborating on this is so that you give due importance and read the subject properly. Okay, this will help you a lot, right? So what is the scope? How far we can stretch and how far we can study this? There are 4 important dimensions on how we can see OB, you know. This actually will be helpful when you become a HR manager, and any one of this approach you can select to handle your people, right? So what is this we say is, first thing is HR approach, human resource. What is that? Understanding people, accepting that the people are important to the organization. Now you might think that this sounds very silly. Everybody knows people are important. No. This decade only knows this. When I studied MBA long ago, the concept was totally different. That was called as personal management. It was not even called as human resource management. Personal management we studied. What are the concepts? You know, employees are like machines. You have to come, work, obey to the rules of the organization. And what is the money we get is called, you know, wages, salary. And what is it called now, you know, compensation. See the vast difference between that. The salary is what I am giving to the organization. Organization is giving back in the form of money to me. But now it is not salary, compensation. Why? Compensation is given when you lose something which is very valuable to you. Right? What is the thing I am losing to the company which is valuable to me? Time. My prime time. Say my youth, my intelligence, my knowledge. I am giving everything to the organization. What I get back, the money can never equals what I am giving to the organization. Am I right? See, I am finding something, I am giving my time, my vigor, everything to the organization. So that is why it is not salary. Money can never equal what I am giving. So that has to be compensated. Only you can try to compensate what I am giving to the organization through money. Now can you see how much HR has traveled? So this human resource approach is a laddu given to you only to this generation. You know, now you are respected as an employee. That respect was missing for so many thousands of years till last decade, right? So maybe I can say after the revolution of software industry, automation, you know, people have started understanding the value of human. I don't know. There is one saying I always like, you know, one CEO, I forgot the name of the person, a foreign CEO, of course, he told that every morning my net worth is thousands of crores. Every evening by 5:30, my net worth comes to zero. What is his meaning? By 5:30, my people goes out of the office. I am nothing. My company is nothing without my people. My net worth comes to zero. That is a very popular quote on how human resource can be valued. So the first thing is human resource approach. What is that? You take that component of men into your management style, right? People centric approach. They are also part of victory. When I am earning profit in the organization, that is not only because of strategies and the products I am selling out, that is because of the people working for me. That realization is HR approach. When a strategy is formed in the human resource management and how to handle the employees, when the top management takes this point, that approach is called as HR approach, right? Otherwise, next one is contingency approach. Contingency approach is also called a situational approach. What is situational approach? You can never have protocols. You can never have regulations and rules, right? Why? Because every situation demands a new perspective. So every manager has the freedom of thinking something new and finding some new solution. So that is contingency approach, giving the behavioral freedom to the manager to find a solution by himself. The third one is systems approach. A systems approach is holistic view, taking the organization as a whole entity and taking up all the components as a part of the holistic body and finding a system which will align all the departments together and work as a one unit. Systems approach. You have the system. See, for example, when something happens in one department, we will see the consequences, cascading effect of how it will affect the other, and that's how the policies will be framed. So it is like a holistic approach and interdisciplinary. All the departments will be taken into the consideration of how it should be done. The last one is productivity approach. This is the most common approach you can see in any of the organization, particularly in developing countries like India. Productivity, output based approach. Whatever you are, at the end of the day, how much you have produced, that is measured and that is the worth of you. That is a productivity approach. Are able to understand? Measurement of the output, how much a person is working. On that based measurement, every other policy will be taken. So these are the major scope, how long the OB can be taken, how further it can be stretched. So what are the concepts in the OB? What are all the things we take into the OB? OB thinks every person as a whole person. What do you mean by whole person? He is not just an employee. Say, for example, a mission man. We have started with that, so we take that. We hire a mission man. Okay, so he is a degree holder or he is from ITA. He has completed. He has some 10 years of experience. You take that person as a mission man, but he is not only an ITA holder and he is not only a 10 years experienced mission man. He is multifaceted. You take him as a whole person. Right? He can have other talents. He can have he'll be having a family. He has a personality of his own. Right? See, I used to because of teaching of OBR, I don't know I used to see character even in my puppy. I have a 2 months old puppy now, a new one. I see a lot of character in her. There is another one sibling to her, one boy and one girl. But there is such a personality difference in both of them. I used to wonder the nature, we study the behavior of humans so elaborately and we know the nuance of how a person will act. Now I can analyze and tell you of these 2-month-old babies, puppies, dogs, how much characteristics they have, how much strong traits they have inborn. What are the qualities they show? One is leader, one is follower, amazing, right? So when you can see such qualities in puppies that's just 2 months old, think about a person you are hiring, 30 years old, 40 years old, how much they have gathered, how much they have been molded, right? So always remember, in your organization, wherever you are a manager or employee, whatever it is, every person you meet, every person you encounter is a whole person, right? You may think that he is a peon, he has to provide me coffee, he is an attender, but he is not born for that, right? Remember, Individual difference. Everybody is unique. We have discussed that. Everybody has a different personality, individual differences. Coordination. But an organization has to have the coordination. Unless you understand the behavioral pattern, the coordination will never happen. Perception. Perception we will learn separately in a topic, but just I'll give you the gist of it. Perception is how you interpret things. A same scenario, a same film, you think like this. A cinema is going on, 300-seated theater. You just stand outside and ask one by one how the film was. You will get 300 views. Am I right? Everybody perceives the 3-hour running film in 300 different ways. How I perceive is based on my past experiences, my learning. Right? So the judgment is different. Right? So that is perception. How you interpret things in your mind. The bias is common. Right? Even see, you take this class even. Now I am talking to all the 211. But how you understand is different from the other person. What you perceive from what I am talking is totally different from what your friend perceives. Right? So perception. Values. Values is how the person has grown with. What is taught to him as values. Values is totally social. Right? Every society has a culture and value. So what happens? What you are imbibed with, what is thrown into your head when it was empty. You know, when you are born in the first 5 years, you had a lot of space for values. So whatever the people around you have thrown into that as values is what you are based on. That is the foundation. Right? So every person acts on this foundation only. Motivation. This is environmental stimulus. Why I have to say, you take like this. I know the subject well, but whether my class will be efficient today or not is depending on you. If you are receiving it properly and giving me answers properly and showing this thumbs up, you know, the thumbs ups are flying and some body, this is a good thing in this online class, like claps are flying. You know, the moment I see that, I get energy. Motivation. If the screen is empty, no one is showing thumbs up or this hearts flying, I will be like this. So next is morale. Next is controlling. Can you see the difference? The energy comes, see, I got a heart. You get the point? Motivation. I get a smile. Okay, see, so many hearts now. Thank you very much. Simple. What happens? I am more effectively can impart what I know because I know people are receiving motivation. This is important in every organization. Right? The next one is morale. Morale is the collective behavior. Remember that. This is a very important concept. Many times you would have experienced this, but you would have never known what it is. You know, see, for example, in a classroom or in an organization in the morning when you go, and one newly joined recruit, a young girl or boy, for that, okay, 22 years or 23 years old, coming in a very nicely dressed dress, very nicely groomed and with a pack of sweets and giving to everyone saying that it's my birthday today. Right? Morning you enter and you see this scene, everybody is happily eating the sweet. How you will feel? Very happy. The entire work floor, morale will be boosted up. So it is infectious, a collective behavior. The workplace becomes, the exact word for it is zeal. We say zeal, Z-E-A-L, like enthusiasm, zeal. Or bubbliness from inside. You will feel very happy. You'll be shouting or talking in a loud voice or clapping the hands, right? And this is ulta also. Morale is high or low. This is high morale. What is low morale? Say for example, you are entering into the company and you see that a big tree which was giving you a lot of shade and you eat under the tree and it is cut. Morning you are entering and you see everybody seeing the big tree is cut. How everybody's face will be going. The entire workplace will be like this, very sad. Oh my God, the tree is cut. Do you get my point? So what happens that day? The productivity may come low. Morale. Controlling. How the organization controls you. That is the major stimulus of your response. The control If it is loose, no use. If it is very tight, no use. So the control is very important for the behavioral pattern to get set. And productivity. All these things leads to one point called productivity. So that is our ultimate aim. What do we want? We want the productivity to be high. So how to do that? If you are able to follow all these concepts which we are saying, the productivity will go high. Right? Okay. So we come to the next thing. What is a framework? Where does this OB works? Where OB is happening? OB is happening, we call that as task environment. Where we have to see the behavior of the people, that environment we call as task environment or workspace, whatever, what we are discussing about. Your work floor, workspace is nothing but your work floor where people are gathered and under one roof. That is a workspace, right? So that is a task environment where they are given with the task, this work they have to do. So that is a structure, major framework of where we have to study. And what are the components in that? People,
எங்க
technology,
புரியுது ஒன்னும் புரியல போட்டு வச்சிருங்க பாப்போம் அப்புறமான்ட்டு
Ona has to mute your mic. Okay, I've done. Okay.
ஐயோ
Ona, again you are unmuted. Okay, right. So what is in the structure? People, technology and the structure. That is the thing in the environment. Okay. So these three components are interrelated. They are interreacting among themselves and this is how the behavior is elicited from the task environment. We will see this elaborately in the next things also. Okay. So the next thing is what are the theoretical constructs? This is a theory. How we have based the organizational models, behavioral models based on. See, as I told you, this is a psychology paper, right? So any theory of psychology is based on a lot of experiments and scientific observations, right? So that is why we need to learn the theory so that we will understand why we say this will happen. Yes, who is that? Manikatan, do you want to ask anything? Okay, right. I'm talking continuously, I think. Let us change the pattern. I'll ask some questions in between, you say, okay? So in between also, whenever you have an example or you have undergone such an experience, you want to share with the class, raise your hand and you can say, right? Why I see lot of hands, I didn't say. I see that. Parthasarathi, you have raised your hand. Any question?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, so I think you can drop your hands. Whoever wants to talk, only raise your hands. Other people kindly drop your hands. Sivasankari, Satyan, Trippi, Lavanya, Anisha, Saif. Only whenever you want to talk something, you raise your hand and you can say. Okay. MD Saif, you want to say anything?
ஓகே மேம்
Anisha? Okay. Right. Hope you are able to understand. Am I going a little fast?
यस मैम मैम थर्ड पॉइंट रिपीट करना
Yes.
मैम ये थर्ड पॉइंट एक बार रिपीट करना मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया
Third point. Which third point?
सोशल लर्निंग अप्रोच
I am not at all. Don't worry. I am not at all. Okay, right. One by one we will come. So theoretical constructs are the base where we say that very authenticately why we are speaking. People are like that because someone has given us these theories. They have experimented. They have come up with these theories. So based on the theoretical constructs, we are comparing and compartmentalizing the people. So this person belongs to this category. How is that? Because of these theories. Okay. So what are those theoretical approach we use for OB? First thing is cognitive approach. How a person is behaving, why he is behaving. He is behaving because of his experiences and the information he has gathered so far. Right? Say for example, you know very well that when you have touched something hot, what will happen? A bubble will form in your hand. How you know that? Because of your past experience. So based on that past experience, how your behavior will be? Whenever you see a hard part, you will not touch it. You will go and search for a mittens and then only you will take it out. Are you able to understand why this behavior has formed? Because of your experiences. cognitive approach, right? The next one is behavioristic approach. This is response to the stimuli. You don't know the part is hot, you have touched it. So what happens? The stimulus is you are burning, your hand is burning. So what do? You know what to apply. You go and put the cream on that. That is the action elicited because of the stimuli of touching the hot part. Are you able to understand? Immediately you go and dip your hand in ice water. Why this behavior happens? Because you are responding to the stimuli. Right? If a person is abusing you, he is shouting at you, right? It depends on the stimulant. Say for example, if it is the scolding person is your father, different. Scolding person is your teacher, different. Scolding person is your younger brother. What will happen? You will be quiet?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. No.
The response is different. So the behavioristic approach is you react to the environment, right? How the stimuli is, that is the base for your reaction happens, right? The next one is social learning approach. By the name itself, we can social learning approach. So that is a combination of cognitive and behavioral. Cognitive is here, behavioral is here. Cognitive is in the mind. Whatever you have learned, experiences, you are deciding on that. Behavioral is by your heart. What your heart says, emotions. You are aggressive or you are angry or you are sad. That comes out of heart and you are behaving. Social learning is combination of these both. You will be thinking about cognitive also and how your behavior will be and what would be the reaction of the behavior. Say for example, let us touch the example. The stimulant is your younger brother. He is scolding you, so you slap him. That is an emotional response. But social learning is, you know, by after that your cognitive learning that if you slap your younger brother, at the evening what will happen? Your mother is going to give you 2 slaps for slapping your younger brother. So now social learning, what it will do? Okay, this boy is irritating me. Let me not slap. And unless doing that, we will think of something else taking revenge, like you will eat his chocolate also without telling him. Or you will not help him in his homework. That is social learning. How to escape from the idiotic behavioral responses. Right? Cognitive helps that. So, one by one this happens. Slowly when you are going, that is what we call as maturity, knowledge or wisdom. Wisdom is the right word. Wisdom comes from that. Slowly when you are, and that's why we say that elderly people are, why? Because of lot of experiences, because lot of slaps, right? So that is why these constructs are taken as the base of OB theoretical constructs. And this is also again a theoretical construct. We call it as a framework, behavioral framework. How the people do the work, how do they act in the organization. The first one is behavioral framework. As we have seen that the situations, the thoughts, feelings, emotions, everything. Also physiological, we include that also. What is physiological is, what is your physique is, because that is also important thing. Sometimes you may not be well, your strength is very low, or you are a short or timid person, so you cannot fight with a bigger person, or you cannot run fast. Are you able to get my point? So these things are related to the physiological effects. So your physique is also a part of your mental process, right? So all these things together makes the behavioral framework. Okay, yes, but situation is a stimulant. Every situation, that's why I told you, in house you will act differently, in organization you will act differently. So the premises where you are situated is the deciding factor of who are all the people around you, right? So that decides your thoughts, how you will be thinking, how your emotions will be, how you will emote, and that is how also your physiological conditions, right? Say for example, if it is a urban area, right? You may be very strong, but when you are in a forest area, same person, your physiology may not be the same, because the beasts are more powerful than you, you know that. So your emotional response and behavioral response will be totally different. So the premise is very important. Where you are, that situation is the first deciding factor. That makes you to think and feel accordingly, right? So this is a behavioral framework. The next one is cognitive framework. This is where in organization what happens, you know what is expected of you, what is the demand from you, and what is the incentive you are going to get, right? What is that motivation? So that is very important. So based on that, the behavior in the organization is different. Why? In other situations, you will not get that. This framework is specially for organization because you are exactly designed for that particular work, right? Your job description says what is expected from you. This day, 5 o'clock, you have to submit this particular file, right? So expectancy is clear, demand is clear, output is clear, your incentive is also clear. So your cognitive framework is, what do you say, you can think with your conscience very clearly what is expected, what you have to do, and what will be the effect of that particular output. Okay, then the social cognitive framework is reciprocation between these two, because all the time you cannot be very conscious on how you are going to interpret an effect. So sometimes what happens, there is a tolerance limit we call, see, you can bag something only because how much you hold is also important. In a abusive workplace or where you are irritated, you are not satisfied with your job, all these things will hold only up to your tolerance level. One day, what happens when your tolerance level is breached? It is like a breached dam, your emotions will be outpouring, you will have an emotional burst. We call it in many terms like brain drain or brain burnout or, stress. The normal word is stress, emotional stress, distress. All these things will happen when you are not able to hold any more of your behavioral behavioral framework to the cognitive framework. When the conflict arises between these two, a person tends to go loose, break, right? Usually, there is one term in HR, we usually call it as a midlife crisis. What happens, we can explain it like this, you can relate it, see, you study till 10th standard, whatever is in the school board, what is that, geography, science, maths, whether we like it or not, whether you know it or not, we finish. Then what happens? +1, +2, higher secondary, you are forced to choose a particular line. Okay, arts or science, majorly. What happens? Mostly based on the 10th standard mark, you are forced to go for a line. Okay, then what happens? Your father wants you to be an engineer, you become an engineer, or whatever it is, you do that. Then what happens? Whichever company comes to your college for placement, you are getting into that line. Then slowly the money comes in. So then family joins. So what happens? We just travel in this line, which is society paves for us, right? And there is no time to stand and look back whether this is the right route or not, whether I am in the correct bus or not, right? You got the ticket for one bus, so you are traveling. But at one point of time, you see a midlife crisis, that is around 40s to 50s, when you are a little bit settled, your self-esteem is slowly blooming, and you are opening your eyes and seeing what am I, where I am sitting, which organization, for whom I am working, am I happy with this work? There arises the conflict, right? So you will be asking questions whether why I am behaving like this. Always I am saying yes to my boss, and I am saying like bootlickers, I am just doing whatever I am asked to. As is, this is me. That question will come, right? So we will see that in the next topic. That is called as self.
Ma'am, just one question before we proceed ahead.
Amulya, yes, Amulya.
So, ma'am, in the previous slide, if I say that it is the surroundings of us that actually shapes our responses to the environment that we are dealing with or sitting in, can we say that
Yes,
it is actually the surroundings that shapes
yes.
our responses?
Yes, environment, right? Why? Because as I told you, I gave you some examples. Like environment decides who are around you, right? Because the people around you is a major stimulant in any condition. How they are reacting, that makes you to react, right? That's why I told you the strength you feel in a urban town may not be the same when you are in a forest, right? Your physiological strength is low. So every situation decides your response. Are you able to understand? Every situation decides. You are the same person. What you are thinking is the same. But the feeling and action differs based on the people around you or the situation around you. Are you able to understand? Yeah,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
is why. That is why I again and again I told you the premise is important. The situation is important. Every person's behavior is based on the premise, right? Say for example, if your spouse says the word, you will get very angry. Some word. Say for example, you are a fool. When your spouse says, you may get angry and you may hit. But when the same word is uttered by your friend, you are a fool, you may not get angry.
Absolutely true.
Whether you are fool or not, that is other one question. Okay. You know that or not, that is another one question. But who says? What is the situation? Elicits a response from you. Are you able to understand? And why you are getting angry when that your spouse is saying, that is where the tolerance limit comes. Maybe in the office or your friends, they are saying the word again and again. In that situation, you are not able to react. So you are holding your emotions inside. Right? Because that situation, your behavior, you cannot show, you cannot emote freely. Are you able to understand? So what happens? The tolerance level breaches when you can freely emote. With your spouse, you can freely emote. You cannot hold your emotions. So there the tolerance levels breaches. That is why you get angry and your spouse will be, wondering why this man is getting too much of angry when I'm saying the truth. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So we come to the next topic. No, this is that's why I use the word spouse. That is common for both genders. Okay, right. So next topic is we are coming into the scientific side of the self. This will be a learning for all of you. If you are able to understand this core, this will help you to cope up with many situations, stressful situations. So listen carefully. There are 4 selves, right? The first thing is self-image. Right? Self-image. What is that? What you think you are. Take in for 2 seconds. That's why I'm giving pause. What you think as you are. We will take one example and we travel with that. Okay. Say for example, we will take, let us have one name. What name we will have? Amrita. No Amrita here I think. Okay, right. Amrita thinks. What she thinks about herself. I am a very good person. I am a noble person. I help others. Right? I don't use bad words. Clear? Let us have, this is a personality. Amrita thinks this is what she is. She is a good soul. Right? Now you see the corresponding image in the mirror. Amrita is standing here. See the first image. What is that above her head? What do you say? Aura. We call it as aura. A-U-R-A. Yellow line is that? That shows soul, good person. Amrita thinks she is a good person, right? Self-image. What I think, who am I? Right? There is the next self called ideal self. Ideal self is what I want to be. Right? How I want to be. I want to be fair. I want a long hair. I want to be 6 feet tall. These are physical characteristics like this. What I want to be inner self. I want to be a strong person. I want to be a cool person. I want to be like this, that. Right? So, ideal self. If I am a little bit height, that would be very ideal for to become a air hostess or a pilot. Are you able to understand? So, you can see in the second mirror, there is, muscles. I want to be a strong person. Amrita wants to be a strong person, which she is not. Clear? Ideal self. My benchmark. Where I should be. What I want to be. My benchmark. Okay, ideal self. The third one is looking glass self. Looking glass is a looking glass for all of us? Tell me, what is
Reality.
Yes?
Reality.
Others looking at us.
Very good. Deepthi has got it. Looking glass is others. Every other person, I is the looking glass for us, because every morning, why we have to see 3 or 4 times a mirror whether I am looking right or good. Not only for me. If I am not looking proper and walking out, all the 184 will laugh at me now. Right? I have a conscience on that. So who is the looking self? What is the looking glass self? Other people are the looking glass. You know what is the first looking glass? Our own mothers. The most judgmental person in the world is your own mother. Am I right or not?
Correct.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
One look
Correct,
from
ma'am.
the mother can destroy you.
Sure.
You may think that, okay, today I have come from beauty parlor, I am looking very beautiful, this dress is looking very good on me, and one look from the mother, like this judgmental look, Kali, we will be totally off. Okay, I am not okay, confidence level will come down. Right? So looking glass self, what others are thinking about you, and we are much worried about that. What we are, what I want to be is secondary. What other people are looking at me as what? That is the important question we have. See the third image. The muscles are under the arms. What the society is thinking of me? I am a weaker person. Right? So Amrita thinks that the society is looking her as a weak person, where she wants her ideal self to be strong, and what she thinks she is a good person. Can you see the difference? So come to the last one, the real self. That is the truth. Nobody is worried about that. Nobody has the time to see what is the real self. What is the real self from Amrita? The example here, see 2 horns. What is that? Evil person, cruelty. It is inside. But what we do, we purposefully omit that. We don't want to see that. See, the goody Amrita also, maybe if some person is scolding or some person is doing something irritating, maybe she is doing something to take revenge on them, which she purposefully omits because that image does not suit with the ideal self. Are you able to get my point? So these are the 4 real, the personalities of a single person. Every person has these 4 understandings. Right? So when you are able to cross the threshold, like, when you are able to first understand that I am not the person what other people is thinking of me. When this understanding comes to you, you are moving one step further. Right? What's the second step? What I want to be, what I think of myself to be is not going to be happening unless I understand the real self. If this understanding happens, because you should know where you are standing, then only you can know where you want to go. Are you able to understand my point? Unless you know the starting point, you cannot know the destination point. So that is why the real self understanding is important. When you can see the real self, when you are able to shatter the image of the self-image. When you are shattering the glass of self-image, what you are thinking, what I am, this is what I am. When you shatter this and start from scratch, you can reach the real self. When you reach the real self, then you can reach the ideal self. And you can totally omit the looking glass self.
So, ma'am, in your eyes, which one is more important, looking glass self or real self?
Real self, of course. I'm telling you to omit the looking glass self. I tell you my,
But then again,
actually, I have my life, I can say, before MBA, after MBA. Right? So, before MBA, when really I am telling you, this is the truth I am telling, usually I don't share, I am telling you, before MBA, I was working in a school as a teacher, and maybe I'm not this much matured, and before MBA, I don't know the management concept. I have all these confusions also. Who am I? What am I? What my mother is thinking? What my father is thinking? All these things were there. Okay, but after MBA, when I started studying slowly, really, these things are stuck. When you are implementing this in your practicing in your life, this really helps. Why I'm telling is, while growing up, I have a lot of insecurity complex. Like you can see that I'm a dark-skinned person, and in our society, dark skin is not acceptable that easily, and that is what do you say, laughing stock. That is, and I have lot of physical norms which is set by the society. Okay, like the height or whichever it is. So insecurities were there, but when I understand my real self, when I started thinking who really I am, I was very happy with that. I started thanking God that, okay, you have given me so much of these things, so I'm very happy with who I am. So why should I bother about the looking glass self? I don't. So that gave me freedom. You won't believe. That gave me freedom. See, I can happily come with my white hair. Are you able to see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Just once again, I don't know, it is snapped. I'll just upload the PPT. Okay. Can you see that?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
visible,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yep.
ma'am. It is
Ma'am.
visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where we were, yes.
ma'am.
So what happened, it gave me freedom. That is about exactly, I'll say. I never worry about my white hairs or how I look. I felt very free when I come out of that looking glass shelf. It shattered, just I smashed it. That's all. So I'm happy that this way I will be true to myself. So really it works. You can try that. You can slowly try that. Step by step you can see, like you will be amazed to see what the real person you are when you are not acting for others. When you are not faking the emotion for others. But one lesson you have to do before you start practicing this, the mantra for that is take the responsibility for all your actions. Unless you do it, this is not possible. Whatever I do, whatever I speak, I take up the responsibility. I stand for it. If I am wrong, I take up the punishment. I say, I apologize. Right? You should never be ashamed of learning whatever age you are, whatever experience you are. If you have that responsibility in learning, you can do that. Right? Okay, so this will be.
Ma'am, I ask you this
Yes.
question because most of the times people seek validation from others. Would you agree?
What you receive from others?
People seek validation from others, or so to say, society.
Decisions.
Validation as in
You say that you are saying you are taking decisions from others.
validation. Not specifically decisions, but trying to create an image that I am such and such person, I'm so goody person, while in reality, I'm not.
That's what I'm saying. Not necessary. If Amrita is having that evil card, she is a certain. Let it be. See, every personality is unique, and you should remember that we come with a package. It is not that the entirely society is making you. Remember that. Come with something inborn. Okay,
Exactly.
inbuilt
Exactly.
qualities are there. You can never change that. That's why I told you. That example of why I am very strong about that is the two puppies I told you about. They are born in my house, two puppies, one girl and a boy, 2 months old, grown by the same mother and me. I'm also a mother. So what happens? I give them the same food, same environment, same stimulus, but still they both are totally different. How is that? That arises a question in me. Then I understood, yes, they are born with some qualities. Right? A leader is born. A follower is born. That quality is there. Timidness is there. Shyness is there. Some people are introvert. Some people are extrovert. You cannot change. Don't fight it. That is the point here. See, if I am an extrovert and I am getting judgmental for that, I should not try to make myself as introvert. I tried that. It didn't work. I'm a talkative person and I got judgmental for that. Many people were they were discouraging me. You are talking too much. So at one point, what I did, I was trying to change my quality. Okay, I should not say my opinions, and that gave me distress. I got into depression. If I'm not talking, I'll fall into depression. because I'm an extrovert. I cannot change my quality. If you fight that, the conflict will give you the stress. Accept. Who am I? I am an extrovert. I am a talkative person. So what I can practice is I should think twice before I talk. I should not stop talking. You get the point? The strategy is to protect me from my talking and not stopping talking.
Ma'am, I got your point, but then again, if you are going
Right?
for your
So,
freedom, if you accept for who you are, right?
yes.
But then again, the society is not ready to accept you for who you are.
Yes.
What would you do then? That's my question.
Why the society should accept? And what is a society? Amulya, here, you just tell me what is a society?
It is the surroundings of ours, I mean, the people around us.
Yes. Who are they?
Just, I mean, people just like us.
People know you. Your family, your office colleagues, school,
Yeah.
college friends. That's all. They are handful. You know, we say
Yeah.
society in a large term where the people are not bothered about you. They don't have the time to look at you, what you are dressed. You are the only person looking at your dress. I'm telling you, this is the truth. When you are walking on the road, everybody is having the conscience on their own dress, and a very few only will notice on you, and those people are loving you. Right? And those who are having that love, they will accept you as you are. You start practicing that. I practice that. You accept the people with all the flaws. Never try to change them. They are born with that. If they want to change, let them change. Right? You don't be the person. So what happens when a person is like that? You accept them as it is with all the flaws. Nobody is perfect. Everybody has flaws. So accept them with the flaws. Yes, this person is like that. So why do you bother about the society? What is a society? The society itself is a very vague term, you know. How can you define? This is a society, right? The social media, about the likes. I never understand that. Unknown person likes. How does it matter? Why should you bother about that? You don't know who is that giving you the like. And instead of that, if you are going to your friend's house and they are appreciating you in face to face, that is enough. And if they are judging you, they are commenting on your dress, and if you are able to accept it, you are growing. And if you are neglecting it, you are growing. And by your neglect, they are learning that you are not bothering about their comment, they are growing. Are you able to understand? So this is the reality check. When you are coming out of that looking glass shelf, I can assure you, trust me, it is a freedom of mind. You are coming out of such a big cage, right? I never buy. Do you think that people don't tell me that dye your hair, you are the only person with white hair? Many people say, I just smile. I don't even justify. I never say that I have shattered my looking glass shelf. I'm not bothered about the society. I don't want the judge. No, don't say any of the things. That is not my job. This is me. If they cannot see me with white hairs, let them close their eyes or go away from my place. Simple. Be yourself.
Got your point.
Right?
Yeah.
So don't
Thanks,
worry
ma'am.
about the society. Society is nothing. It is a myth. It is like a, what do you say, imaginary booth. Okay? So don't worry about that. So when you can cross these threshold steps, you know, really you can be a very mature person in your organization, and people will be afraid of you because they know that they cannot handle you easily as they handle the others. Okay, so you can show them that you have shattered. Oh, we have crossed the lunch time. It is 1:13. I didn't see the time. Sorry for that. Can you take 2 more minutes and wind up the session?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Actually, you know, I have to rush because yesterday our class was converted into orientation class, if you remember. So that is why we are a little bit running out of on that time. Let us try and compensate with this 10 minutes during the lunch time, if it is okay for you all. Okay. Okay. So,
Ma'am, before the class ends, can you send the new syllabus, because the subject is split into 2, right?
you would have got the books, right?
But we have books like management concepts, and we want the separate. Now it's split into 2, no, ma'am.
No, this is a separate book. Yeah, organizational behavior is a separate book. You will get a book like this. Organizational behavior. This is the book, new book.
We didn't
Check
get the
whether
book
you have
yet,
got
ma'am.
this.
So can we have the syllabus? So we'll refer it in the
Syllabus
Google.
is in the first page. You can see that in the book. Syllabus is in the first. All the study materials will have the syllabus here in the first page.
So is that enough only to cover that syllabus?
Yes, of course. Syllabus is given. The study material is a guidance for that. If you have other materials, read that. See, these subjects are totally practical subjects, right? Everybody is in the organization. You are going through all these concepts. So I would give you the tips, right? In the examination, write your own experience. That would be wonderful. Write examples of your office. That would fetch you more marks. Okay, if time permits, next time during this lunch time, 10-15 minutes, I will tell you how to write the examinations. What are the tips you should follow for the exam? So, and one day, again 10 minutes we will take in the lunch time, and I will tell you how to write the case study. Case studies are very important. So that means next Saturday, again I will take 12 to 1 class. So that we can have 1 to 1:15, 15 minutes extra hour we can take, which we can compensate for the orientation class yesterday. Okay, so during those 15 minutes next week, I will teach you how to write a case study also. Okay, if you can sacrifice your lunchtime like this 10-15 minutes, that will be useful for us. Okay, right. Okay, so with that, I think we will wind up the class. I'll give you 2 minutes. If you have any doubts, we can discuss and we will wind up. You can
Ma'am,
go have
can you
your
send
lunch.
the PPT?
This PPT, yes, I will send. But I have one more principle I can say is a few years ago, what happened, these PPTs are, I wrote the definitions also. The students will take, and I saw the exact replica in the exam paper. And can PPT compensate for the brief answers? So I learned a lesson. So after that, what I did, I started giving the side headings a lot of pictures, right? Pictorial representation. So that will give you the understanding. But kindly don't write the only bullet points in the examination. Read through the study material. To make you do that, I make only bullet points in the PPT. Okay. So
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
remember another one thing. PPT is a teaching tool, not learning tool. Right? It is for me to teaching tool. So remember that for any of the PPT you use, so don't just use a PPT to study and write the exam. That is my humble request. Okay. So next week we will see one day exam tips, one day case study. Just remind me that if I forget. Okay. Okay. That's all. So with that, can we wind up? Any more questions?
Ma'am, how do we get the PPT from you, ma'am?
Next week you remind me. I will share it. I will share it in the class itself in the comment box.
Ma'am, is this class will upload in YouTube?
Ma'am, when we can register for exams, ma'am?
Exams, I think the portal will be open soon. Kindly see to the website often. Okay, that has to be open from the controller wing, so we don't have the control of that. So kindly check the website as frequently possible.
Ma'am, is this class will upload in YouTube?
Ma'am, but last date is November.
This class will be uploaded in the YouTube after all the classes are over. Yes, after all the classes are over, this will be uploaded in the YouTube also.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Which is the last date for applying the exam?
to write the
Ma'am,
exam.
email we received at 24, ma'am, but it is not opened, ma'am.
Yeah, it is not yet opened. 5 to 10 days time you will have. Just daily visit it. You will have an email also. But I don't know, some technical glitch may be there. That's why they are not opening. So every day you check the website. Okay.
Ma'am, last.
But I received a mail today, ma'am, 24.
Very good. So if you got the mail, immediately
But
it
it's
will be
not
open.
opened, ma'am.
It will open. Okay, it will open. Don't worry. Actually, this control nowadays, this is the Central University, and Central University software is by the Ministry of Education. We use the software called Samat. So the controls are a little bit from Delhi. Also, we have to get the go signal, right? That's why. So don't worry. This doesn't happen often. This time is it is. So kindly wait for it. Okay.
Ma'am, please upload class today.
Next week we will
Hello.
see more. Okay. Thank you for
Madam,
your patience listening. Yes.
Madam, what is the exact date of form fill up for coming examination?
23rd December.
3rd December.
Yes.
Okay. And payment of fees on that particular date?
No. the portal will be opened soon. You daily visit the website. You have to log into your dashboard. You have to apply for
Okay.
the examination. You have to pay for the exam. Then only you can write.
Okay, madam. Okay. And mail information all will come now.
Yes, you will
Mail
get a
info.
mail. I think somebody has received the mail, right?
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
ma'am.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Also, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So,
Thank you, ma'am.
no mention.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have exams in coming December. Anyone know?
I think there is a lunch break. Let's connect later.
Okay.
Connect around 2 o'clock.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
Can you
Yes,
hear?
sir. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And we'll see the today's topic, which you are stopped yesterday. Yesterday we were talking about the factors, dynamics of business environment, types of environment. We are saying economic environment and micro environment is there. Micro environment is a controllable factor, and macro environment is uncontrollable factor. Please switch off the mic now. May I know that? So the micro business environment, which is a controllable factor, which is in the hands of the companies, etc., and which the macro is a uncontrollable factor, which is not in the hands of the companies. So where you talk about this one. Now let us see what is the corporate social responsibility, governance of corporate responsibility. Now, what is corporate social responsibility of a company? Why the company has to take care of this corporate social responsibility? Now, when you talk about the corporate responsibility, corporate social responsibility, we say CSR. It is need to have this with the company because they have to do something for the they should have to do something for the environment. Sorry, they have to do something for the society, which you can help the society, by which they can be benefited from you, because they are they are helping customers are helping the companies to do their business. In the same manner, the companies has to do help the customers or to the society or the public, which they have to do it. Now, that is why, as per the Companies Act 2013, government has made a resolution that every company which have to which get a profit from the company, 10 to 15% of the profit should be used for corporate social responsibility. Now it is followed by every company in the country which is having medium enterprises and high capacity enterprises, which is crossing the profit. Now, what are the social responsibility does a company have? Just a minute. Yeah. Now, Now, when you are talking about the governance, so we have a topic which is related to governance and social responsibility. So we talk about the governance, then we go for the social responsibility. So when you talk about the governance, what are the factors influencing the corporate governance? What is the nature of the corporate governance? Now, when you're talking the corporate governance is the overall control of the activities in a company. Now, what to do, what not to do, whom to contact, how to contact, what the procedures, what are that, it is governed by the corporate governance. Now, a good governance may be transparency. You have a shareholder rights. You have a board effectiveness. Now, these are called the corporate good governance. Now, every company is following the corporate governance nowadays because the Corporate Companies Act 2013, which is amended, gives a responsibility for the companies to act according to their requirements and should support to the society and to the needs of the society.
Hi, sir. Sorry for the disturbance. Could you please share the screen PPT?
I am not taking because I have not made any PPT.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Sir, topic, sir?
It is a corporate governance and social responsibility. Social responsibility is a small topic. What is the use of this corporate responsibility in an organization? That we see corporate governance is a vast one, which will be going in this half an hour. Now, why the companies are good about the corporate governance, we are saying. Now, when you're talking about, if you take any company in the country, like Infosys, Tech Mahindra, or any other company which is related to Tata, etc., these companies are following the corporate governance. Even the Tatas, even Reliance, because they have the object of fulfilling the society with some help. Though they are working for the profit, the same is from the profit they have to make it something for the society also. Now, when you talk about this, if you take the example related to Infosys, that is governance which includes the satisfy the spirit of the law. Now you say that the law should be satisfied. Now they should not form any other activity. They should see that there no cases are formed in the country, in the company. So corporate governance standard should be beyond of the law. Now that is they should follow the law more than the activities, more than the law. And transparent and maintains high degree of disclosure. Now when you say good governance, there is a transparency. You cannot find anything else. That you should be, whatever you say, it should be recorded. Whatever you say, it should be made in the form of good governance. Now, when you talk about good governance, is what is happening in the company, what is happening in the society, that should be known to everyone in the company and to the broad society also. And communicate externally and a truthful manner. Now, what do you want to communicate? You should be in a truthful manner. Like it is not like a Satyam computers. You know about Satyam computer? It's like a window dressing. You know Satyam computers around 15 to 20 years back. What has happened?
Yes, sir.
Now, you know, Satyam Computer is the topmost country in the country which has introduced many schemes in the country. It is introduced 108 ambulance services throughout the country because of the development in the company. So, the Satyam chairman, that is managing director and CEO of that company, Mr. Ramlinga Raju, has given 108 ambulance throughout the country. So he thought that he is on the corporate social risk. That makes him a corporate social because he is getting a profit through the society. So he want to have something linked with the society. So he want to develop the society. But what happened in 2010 or somewhere? He has made a loss. So that was not known to anyone because he had made a window dressing and which was behind the customers' expectations. So here in the 2009, he had come out with the option called that the company is in loss. So that he told the society that his company is in a totally doldrum and it is out totally loss. So now what happened is total shares have come down throughout the world. So one mistake made, two mistakes made, total mistake, and so totally is behind the bars. Now that is that was how that company when the transparency is not there. So the auditor was put behind the bars and the CEO was put behind the bar because of the misappropriation in the funds. Now that you have to communicate to each and every society, each and every people in the society, what is happening in the company. And you say that compiling with the law. So law will not keep quiet now because you have cheated the companies, you have cheated the public, and you are made a total wrong mistake. And you have cheated the company, and those you are not a profit, but you are told that there is a profit. You that company has made him to behind the bars, and that is the company should comply with all the country's laws, which is in their which they are operating. Now we are talking that now Settam Lingaraju had done a wrong mistake in India, but what happened to in the other country? Suppose in America they have the branches, they also lost. In the other countries also which are lost, totally lost, because one mistake has made totally the worldwide their loss. Now when you are talking about this, we say that a simple and transparent corporate structure driven safety for business needs. Now transparency is the one of the criteria for a corporate governance. That's why every government, you say take Tamil AP government earlier when Chandrababu Naidu says transparency, good governance. Now you are seeing everywhere some posters will be seeing on the road. Posters will be seeing in the companies. Who is the board of director? What is the need of the board of directors? What do they maintain? Who is responsible for the board of directors? If something is wrong, where the board of directors should be there. If they are doing wrong, board of directors also will not be in a position to sit in the chair. Now we see that the accessibility, where that solely the need of the business need. You have to make the transparency. The corporate should be of transparent. What you are doing should know everyone. What is happening should know to everyone. Now when you are saying this, management is the trustee of the shareholders' capital and not the owner. Management is only a trustee. You think that I am the owner of the company, I am the owner of the company, I am the boss of the company, but you are not. But your shareholders are the owners of the company. Because they are making the finance of you. And they are making you to run the company. They are making you to run the show. So that way you can have the nature of this corporate governance in the company. And what are the factors influencing the corporate governance? Now we are seeing that corporate governance, that is ownership structure. Who is your owner? Are you an owner? Though you are invested in the company, but what is the majority of your share? You have invested 10 crores, but the shareholders have invested 20 crores. So that's why your shareholders will be transferred to the your shares are transferred to the shareholders. If there is having a more sharehold, they will be the owner of the company. Like your BV Raju companies. Vishnu Cements, you may be knowing. Who is, if anyone is from Hyderabad, you may not BV Raju. If anyone from Hyderabad, you know the Vishnu Cements. Anyone know Vishnu Cements? Or have you heard about this Vishnu Cements earlier?
No,
now, when
sir.
you're talking about this Vishnu Cements, what
No,
he
sir.
thought is he can see he is the owner of the company. Of course, he is the owner of the company, Vishnu Cements. He is the boss. But what happened? He did a mistake. When he is opening his shareholders, that is offerings, that is the IPO, the shares were sold to other person. What happened? he collected all the shares from the shareholders and he became the owner of the company. Now, B.V. Raj was thrown out from the chair of the chairman of that Vishnu Cements, and he is ruling the shareholder who purchased all the shares or become the shareholder, now the owner of the company. So that is how the structure may change if you are not doing properly. That is, the corporate sector is characterized by the coexistence of the state-owned, private, and multinational enterprises. The structure will be changing. So state government may become a private may become still private. Now you see Maruti Suzuki. Earlier it is a joint venture between the state government and central government. Sorry, the Japanese government and central government. What happened later? The government are removed. Totally privatization. The privatization has come and the ownership has changed. Now this was done with the aim. Now nowhere you see that the owner is the central government. It is the private. So the structure of the company board director will be changing when it's coming to corporate governance. Who will be the new one? Who will be the owner of the company? Who will be the board of directors? All has to be done. And the financial structure. The financial structure which is taken into consideration. This is how the company will maintain. That is contrary with the structure of ownership. The matters of corporate governance. We see that government believes that the financial structure of the company. That's why we say corporate governance, when you take them of this financial position, which is in the loss running company, which is a profit company. Now they are diverting into the loss running company into profit and profit into privatization. This is one of the criteria where the financial structure changes. Now the government, central government is removing all that. Because of the why it is removing is because of the privatization. That is the selling as per the Rangarajan committee on privatization, disinvestment. It is not simply government is taking steps to sell the loss running companies. It is the committee which has given, the Rangarajan committee, the disinvestment committee has given the report to the government. Loss running companies can be sold to the private people or who is interested to buy that one. Now that's why we are saying BSNL, petrochemicals, then MTNL, then you are saying Nalco, Balco. These are all privatized. Now you are seeing the BSNL is almost all privatized. There is no other landline people who are working on that. All the people are now slowly going to private. Now almost a landline is zero. Only the mobile is there. So the final structure also changes here. When you're talking about the institutional environment, where you got the legal legislature. Just yesterday I was telling, judiciary, executive, and the government. Government make the policies. The executive have to work the policies, execute the policies, and the judiciary has to see that whether they are executing the policies correctly or not. Now, this is how the institutional environment will work. If it is say that if I am measuring the quality of the company, that is a corporate governance, that is a company operates, determines a large measure of quality of corporate governance. So the corporate governance mechanization and economic and legal institutions should come out. The government, the executive, and the judiciary has to work for it. If something is wrong, then the judiciary will come into the picture. Of course, nowadays you see that there is no judiciary in our country. Only government. Only government is ruling. So government says yes, government says no. That you have to follow. Now, when you talk about institutional investors, now we have a direct investment, foreign direct investment. So we have a institutional investor, IVs. foreign investor depositors will be there. Foreign direct investment. And you say this is when you're talking about this, the initial investors, institutional foreign investors include commercial banks, development bank, insurance companies, and mutual funds. When you're talking about this is going to have a huge investment in the country. That is how the country is going to have that operation in the country. Now we are saying many commercial banks are there. Earlier we have only government banks, but now we have private banks. We have private insurance companies. We have private insurance company, private banks, and private mutual funds also. Mutual funds also included here, where the agencies count for ensuring corporate governance. Yes, wherever you go, you see that corporate governance is there. So, in the liberalization era, in India, after liberalization, you are free to exit and free to give the voice. You can come freely, you can exit freely. This is how we are going to get the investors, the foreign direct investment. And we say the number of corporate governance rating system has been established. Now, which company is good, which company is bad? Suppose how can you say a customer is having a loan in a bank, or how a customer doesn't have a loan in a bank? You have only with your PAN card. If your PAN card number is given, it's CIBIL scoring. You can know that whether the whether the customer is having a bank loan or not. If it is if there is a bank loan is there, your CIBIL score will be less. If there is no bank loan, your CIBIL score will be very high. So that's why many companies coming forward to give loan to you, because your CIBIL score is very high. So this is one way where you can say. Another one is bank rating system will be there, which is where the investment comes and investors come to invest in the country. And another one is executive compensation. How far you are going to give for the executives? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Earlier you are not audible?
Sir, audible, sir.
You are audible, sir. Audible, sir.
You can audible, sir.
Now we say the executive compensation. Now, when you are saying this, corporate, how much an executive can be paid? If I ask you, what is salary of this Reliance MD? What is his name? Mukesh Ambani. Whether you calculate in minutes, or you calculate in hours, or calculate in monthly, or calculate yearly. How you calculate? I think in this class also many students are I think employed. How your salary is calculated? In a monthly basis, or hourly basis, or a daily basis, or on what basis?
Monthly.
Yes?
Monthly basis.
Monthly basis. Suppose you take Mukesh Ambani, he will be calculated on minutes, seconds. He will be calculated on minutes and seconds only, because he will be not wasting any time. Each and investment where he is invested, you don't think that only the Reliance is the only profit for him. He has invested in many companies in India and in foreign countries. If one company's loss is not a loss for him, because he is having lot of companies where he has invested. That is making him for the profits. So when you talk about this, the executive compensation is there. You have to pay for him as per the time required. 1 day salary, 2 crores, 3 crores, 5 crores. In that day, if you take a yearly, what is the salary? Now, when you talk about the issues in executive pay, so your chairman, CEO, and MDs will be there sitting on the. Then you have to fix the compensation to them. You have to fix the salary to them. You cannot go beyond your limits. You have to take a decision. All the CEOs should get the same salary. All the MDs should get the same salary. All the workers should get the same salary. Then a transparency, that is governance. Now, wait, all this one, the mechanism of making the payments, a very example. So, what is the mechanism of the corporate governance? We have a board of directors. We have, but based on the board of directors, we have Companies Act, SEBI, or others. We have capital markets, independent directors, statutory audit, nomination director, code of conduct, and this is a mechanism of your corporate governance. Now we see that when you take a board of directors, how many directors should be there, and that you have to take care of the company. So now we say board of directors, you are saying that if it's normally it's a private government, it is a 10. 4 will be there, 4 directors, but when you say private, it will be up to 20. That is banking sector. That type of directors can be put. And Companies Act is there. You have to follow the Companies Act. I told you just now. Companies Act 2013. Where you say that it's a consultation with the many success of the amendments. We got this Companies Act 2013. Where we are. That is aiming not only ensuring the interest of the stakeholders, but adequately protect and purports to go beyond what is required. Now, when you talk about this, it is not only your profit. You have to see the customers, you have to see the consumers, you have to see the society, you have to see. Yes, I think Triple Mum and Sanjay Tangavel and 2 or more raising the hands. Any queries? Any queries are there? Yes, and we have another one is a securities law. Now,
No, sir.
When you talk about the securities law, we say SEBI has given the government of India has brought a Securitization Act in 1992, and since its inception 1992, the board has been taking the number of initiatives towards the investor protection. Invest in a company, and the company turn the board, and you will be in loss. Now, how to be protected? It is not like that, like your Narendra Modi and Vijay Mallya, you take the loan from a bank and you go out of the country, and the funds which are in the bank has taken the banks which have given loan, then there will be a loss, and they will be mostly on the public only. So you should, because that is if you made any securities with them, that will be protected. So the Securitization Act has come, and the securities law which has become, that is related to banking sector, and the Securities Act related to your investments. So all this has to be done with the Securities Act, and SEBI also intervenes in the corporate takeovers. Now you cannot change your company as you like. If you are going to change your company from one company to other company, you have to take the company law, that is Securities Act, that is consulted with the SEBI. When the SEBI permits only, you have to make the merger or amalgamation of the company. This is how we see that which was taken by the board constituted by a committee under the chairmanship of Kumar Mangalam Birla to suggest a way to promote and raise of standards of corporate governance in the listed companies. So we say that when you are protecting that one, you have to be protected. Everyone is to be protected. So that is how it was a recommendation made by Kumar Mangalam Birla in 2000, January 25th, 2000. So that's why. So the clause 49 provides the optimum of, composition of the executives and non-executive directors, setting up the qualified and independent committees and independent directors also in the company. That's why the company's law says that whatever the securities you made, you have to be protected, and the company also to be protected. So another committee which has given Naresh Chandra committee on corporate audit and governance. Why the corporate audit has come? Now you know that one of the case with Birla group of companies, Vasundhara Birla. Vasundhara Birla with the what do you call auntie of Kumaramangam Birla. She trusted as his auditor, and the auditor has deceived her, and all assets were taken into his account. And they filed a course in Supreme Court, and it just found that it was illegal done by the auditor. Of course, at the last it was gone in favor of the Aditya Birla group of companies, and Vasundhara Birla was protected, and that auditor has suicided. So this is also one which is Naresh Chandra committee governing audit. So audit govern when it is companies audited bills are certified by the auditor, then it will be fine. That will be the final one. And that also followed by Narayana Murthy committee. You know, Infosys chairman Narayana Murthy has also given a suggestions with his report to the government how that corporate government should be maintained, because it is an amalgamation of both the private companies and government companies, so that to be transparent corporate governance. So discipline in capital markets, how much you're getting, how much your loss, that to be done only with this corporate and statutory audit. You have to do your audit on your own first, then you have to get concerned with the auditor and get satisfied. The code of conduct, which is the most important in the corporate governance, this company law 2013 is code of conduct. You cannot cheat anyone. So if you are cheating anyone, any company cheating anyone, or the cheating the investors, or even auditor is doing cheat investor, they will be taken away from their audit role. So independent directors, nowadays independent directors, you can be in 2 or 3 companies, independent directors. You are the director, maybe one company, but independent director may be another company. That is one of the criteria. And the present situation is there. But now the present situation is the corporate governance become a misgovernance. There is no that much transparency in this corporate governance. Everyone is taking care of their own benefit. So that should be overcome with. So what should be the better governance for that? So strive for ensuring the code of conduct. What should do, what should not do, how to do. And the other one is the performance management system should be there. So each and every performance which you are doing, how they are doing, that should be known, that should be protected, and I should recognize the reward and the ethical behavior. Now, when you're talking about this performance management, when the worker is working, the employee is working, or CEO is working, who is working, you have to identify, you have to know their performance and give the rewards to them. And we see that exclusive background checks should be carried on the senior managers joining the organization. Now, you know me knowing, even Tata Sons also face the problem with the Cyrus Misri. It is all known to you, of course. He died in an accident, but he has a trouble because though they are relatives, both Tata and Cyrus Misri are the relatives, blood relation, but they didn't believe that Cyrus Misri. He wanted to take his own decisions, making the Tata company to come down. That was not dissolved, this is not digested by the Tata companies. Now, when you talk about this one, it was observed that Cyrus Misri is doing all this against the company. So he was removed, terminated from the board of directors and managing CEO of that company, chairman of that company. And we see that the scope of whistleblower, that it should not be that at the neck of the moment you say this is happened, this is happened, this is to be going to happen, this should not be happen. So investors, lenders, and analysts should proactively question or challenge management and areas pertaining to corporate governance. What you are, how you are relating to that one. So the money lenders are there. And the corporate government framework in the country is on par with the other developed markets. It's not only with one. We have to do with the foreign countries also, foreign companies also. We see that additionally shareholders should ensure that composition of the board is in a balanced mix, independent directors and management appointees. Even the independent director should be there and the management appointee should be there in the board of directors. So this is how the better governance can be happen. And we see that trend in corporate governance is increasing nowadays. So when you talk about this, we see that boards are getting more involved not only in reviewing and evaluating company strategy, but also in shaping it. In board of directors, we see that the management is involved in that one, and seeing that they are reviewing what are the board of directors, what are their responsibilities, and institutional investors as a pension funds. So they are giving more institutional investors, foreign institutional investors, FIV, FII. Foreign institutional investors, they are investing in the country, so they have to be protected. And the other one is nowadays we see that women are becoming increasingly represented on boards. Now we see many companies are women are in the board of directors, and board are getting a smaller, particularly because of the reduction in the number of insiders. So inside members are less, whereas more outside members are more. Now the companies are becoming global and increasingly looking for board members with international experience. Because we are having foreign institutional investors, we are seeing that everyone should be in the part of the company. So they are making more globally. And they are to be increasing and because of the international experience. And we see that society in the form of special interest group. Now, society is in a special group. We see that the board of directors are to be balanced, that is economically, globally, or profitable. Now, we see that if the board of directors are good and they are balanced, and we see that everything is possible. So, what does the society need? They will get it. What the society need, they do it. And we see that issues dealing with the workforce diversity. So from workforce, that is environmental sustainability, and now reaching to the board level. Now when you're talking about this, it's the criteria that we see that board of directors should reach the company for a profitability. So we see that what is the future of this board of governance. Now when you see that board of governance, as we go into the future, corporate governance will become more relevant and more acceptable practice. You take everything that now the seeds are sown, so that will ripe. Every seed will be having growth. So we see that there will be a future of corporate governance in the country. Corporate governance will take as a better relevant, acceptable for different corporate societies. So when you talk about these are the corporate governance, but when you talk about the social responsibility, what it has to do, as I told you just now, corporate responsibility is there. It is the responsibility of the company. It is a responsibility of the business to look after the society. It has to take a 10 to 15% of the profit from per year, and it has to invest in the society, either laying the roads hospital, colleges, transportation system, which is a deficit for the society, that has to build the deficit and make the customers happy. Like you take Geo. You take a Geo, it is in Godavari Basin, they have constructed road for a in Rajamandri, where we say go for a to the Geo corporate Geo company office in near to Rajamandri from what do you call it?
Near to Yanam, sir.
Yanam.
Yes.
We see that not only that, even Tata, they are given schools and colleges. And we take Reliance and Tata, Aditya Birla group of companies, they also giving a corporate responsibility, giving to the, not directly or indirectly, they are involved in that one. Every corporate company, now they have to compulsorily make it. It's not that I got profit, I'll put it in my account. So this is how we talk about.
Tim, can you create your own WhatsApp group?
I don't have that much time to respond to everyone. Now everyone thinking ethics. What is ethics? Now this is a doldrum for everyone in the business. What is ethics? Just a small topic, but everyone knows that what is ethics. Do you require ethics in the business?
Yes.
Why you require ethics in the business? I do my
We should not
business.
cheat anyone.
I do my business. Why I should bother about you? Why should a company has to follow ethics? Now earlier we say companies think that what I am getting the profit, that's now where the public goes. I don't mind.
To maintain the goodwill of a company.
Yes. Now you have to maintain the goodwill of the company, because here, suppose you take Tata, it's having goodwill. Reliance having goodwill. Birla is having goodwill. Satyam is having goodwill, but he lost the goodwill.
Sir, I heard that this Mr. Adani was having a restaurant like that.
That we can't discuss now, because it is happening now. You know that why it is happening. Whether it is true or false, because it is not happening in India. Of course, you are seeing that everywhere. You see Adani. Earlier, who is Adani? We don't know. Just 10 years back, who is Adani? We don't know till 10 years.
He was now he is having his own flights, his own airport, his own shipyard, everything.
Earlier we know that Tatas. We know that Tatas are the one who brought flights in the country, having their own airport, Indian Airlines. Air India. Air India is nothing but from Tatas only. Now we don't know that who is Adani till 10 years back also. Yes. Even I am a faculty of management. I don't know Adani till 2014.
Yes.
Who is Gautam Adani? Now where you see that everyone, you say any cement factory you take Adani, any port you take Adani, any company you take Adani. Adani is added. How it got?
By the support of government.
Because I need not say that one. That you have to understand. If I say something means it will become a big problem.
No, his greater wish for becoming an entrepreneur, and he just
nobody stop you becoming an entrepreneur. But how you become all this as a ruling the country? Everywhere you see, it is suppose you say Marg Port is there, you put Adani. You say ACC Cements is there, you put Adani. If some other company is there, you put Adani. Everywhere is Adani. How we got it? In a fraction of 10 years, did he develop?
Yes, but
how?
He not by a straight path, maybe. He just.
That's what. Is it ethics?
According to business ethics, it's wrong.
Even Reliance is also there.
Oh, Reliance.
Even it started. Reliance started its a journey from what is name Mukesh Ambani, Dhirubhai Ambani, with a small capital, with starting with Vimal Textiles. How he worked hard, how his sons become earn a goodwill from the public, and Mukesh Ambani has become well success. But what about Anil Ambani? Why the same feathers are different?
Yes.
Both are from the same family. Both are from the business family only. Both have started the business. But now what you are seeing? One is success, one is failure. No, okay. You want support from the government? You can have the support from the government, but in a good way, no? Now what you are doing?
Sure.
Now we see that it's ethics is to be followed. Yes, earlier the woman used to get stones in the rice. But now what happened now? Rice is there, but what is the quality of the rice? We don't know, unless otherwise you cook and eat. Now what you are seeing that everywhere, milk. Is there that much milk cattle are there? We are seeing dairy. We are seeing Nandini Dairy. We are seeing Milma Dairy. We are seeing Ponlight Dairy. We are seeing Vijay Dairy. We are seeing Kolat Dairy. All dairies are there. You are seeing Arogya Dairy. Is that much cows are there and that much buffaloes are there in the country?
Maybe they're importing from some artificial buffaloes, I think. And also similarly like sunflower oil. There is no
you are seeing a refined oil. You are seeing a refined oil or palm oil in oil. You are seeing olive oil. Do you think that olive oil trees are there in the country?
No.
All are olive oils are you seeing any what do you call palm oil trees in the country? How much production is there in the oil country? How much groundnut is produced in the country? How much quantity of groundnut we are using? How much sunflower you are making use and how much you are getting the refined oil? How much crop you are taking?
Yes.
Okay.
Taking.
The production is not sufficient for us, so we are importing from the foreign countries. But what we are doing here, some adulteration is doing. Now, just now you take about some ghee. You are seeing recently 2 months back, the laddu, the famous laddu from Tirupati. It was contaminated. It is adulterated with all the impurities of the animal ghee. Is it ethics?
Never. We should not.
Why the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam now directly say why Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam not come out that this is illegal?
Sir, but the government should ensure that enough faculties or enough.
No, it's a government role. It is not a private. It is a government. TTE is the government. No, it's the role of responsibility is there. It has to see the safety and the security of the public. No, it is not only related to Andhra Pradesh and that to Tirupati. It is related to throughout the country, throughout the world. Many people will come here. Everyone is famous for laddu. If you go Tirupati, means we won't come without laddu.
Yes, it's the tradition. But what can we do?
No.
Every company is
not only that.
Profit.
No, the ethics. Another, I will tell you. Just 2 years back or 3 years back, we see that there is a ride in Hyderabad and Vijayawada where we see the animal bones, animal fat was converted into what is that? Ghee. Durga ghee. You are from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. You know that Durga ghee is famous.
They should be properly punished so that no one else will.
This type of punishment is not there in India, please.
Here, those who have money, they can do anything. Like you,
That is
sir,
what
sir was
that is what
sharing
has
now.
happened with yesterday. I have given the example like business ethics, which is related to your Nestle. What is it? Noodles.
Ah.
Have you know that noodles? What is
I
what is
heard of
happening
that.
if you consume noodles?
No, I heard.
Still the people,
in-
the mothers. I think mothers are in this classroom. I think so. Mothers are children who are maybe. How many will consume noodles in your home?
Man, almost everyone. It's easy to make, so.
Easy to make, but what is the side effects? You know that one.
One thing I heard was my uncle was saying for up to 3 months the wax inside the noodles will be.
It is not a wax. It's a lead.
Oh, okay.
If you burn, when you are making the this one, you know that the lead, the top layer of the noodles, when you boil it, that will be there. That is not going to be removed easily. When you eat it, that will be layers forming, and you see that if any woman is there in this, they won't get pregnancy.
Allah.
Wow.
Really?
Really.
Sure.
That's why the government has stopped that Nestle company, for a few days, few months, 6 months or something. After that, again they say that if it is as per the US government recommendations, we added lead. They accepted. And why you are talking about Atta also? You see ITC Atta, Ashirwad Atta.
No, we used to.
If you mix water now, that will be getting, and
Yes,
it will be strong. And if you roll it, it will expand.
Oh. There are many things like that.
There are many things that it is not anything. Suppose normally you take your wheat, take 1 kg of wheat and go to your rice floor and flour mill and grind it and come powder. How soft it will be.
Yeah, sure. It's fresh and so. I used to do like that. I was going to say.
Whatever you consume, whatever you are consuming in the market now are totally adulterated. Even from the face creams you are using. Even
the main thing is that
maybe a Mama Earth or other earth, I will not say. If you consume it, that it will be short-term duration, okay. For long-term duration, it's very, very difficult. That we the customers have to take care of our health ourselves. Company will produce as much as it like. Whether it should be consumed or not to consume, that depends upon the customer. That's why we see the ethics should be followed. Now, when you talk about ethics, what to be done? Religion.
Sir, but if the company starts following all the ethics, then how will they do a business? And it's all upon the
who is following the
consumer.
ethics? First of all, tell me. See, we have the code of conduct, not to smoke in the public.
But sir, in Japan,
not to smoke in the public. If you go to any train, the people who want to smoke, they'll go to toilet and they'll smoke and come.
Oh, I wish onion is real.
Real, no? You see, plastic is banned in India. Plastic banned. How many are not using plastic? Everyone is using plastic.
everyone is using.
Everyone is using. It's a microns. How many microns you want? 5 microns, less than 5 microns? You see that?
Even the packing materials also have the less than 5 microns.
Yes. That you see, if you using means that should be deteriorated very soon. That should be there, but it is not like that.
But sir, if company starts packaging the material into suitable packaging conditions, then the pricing of the material will go high.
Yes.
And then which will actually
The
directly
packaging
reflect
cost
in
is
the
increased,
market.
means automatically the price cost also increase, so customer will not buy.
Yes. And because if customers will
So now
not
you are
buy,
saying
but there is a demand.
green marketing, green products. Everyone is saying this is a green tea, costly. Will you take it?
No.
No, you want to like it? Okay. Instead of paying 70 rupees for 250 grams of 3 rose tea or Jammi tea or some other tea, the double is 150, 200 rupees for green tea. The consumption is there. If you buy it, you can consume it. You will be healthy. So for that, you don't require any milk. You don't require any sugar. So you can consume. Your health is good. But here, a tea is there. You require a coffee powder. You require tea powder. You required the milk. You required sugar. You required.
But sir, if all the companies start producing the product as per the guidelines, as per the said, like not to package in plastic, make sure that all that are preservatives, all that goes is
Yes.
as per the guidelines. If then all the product price will go very high,
Yeah.
which will be not suitable. People like us in the whole working condition at this moment who's
If you
not.
want safety of your life, you have to go.
But sir, this is slow poison. This will not reflect in your body at this present. At this point of time, when time comes when you need to feed yourself or when you need to feed yourself healthy, you will choose to feed yourself first.
Yes. First,
You will feed healthy or not healthy. That is
plastic
secondary
containers
question.
are there. Plastic containers are there. You know, plastic containers, small containers, you can put in fridge or put in some storages.
Yes,
So
sir.
that type of a material which is suitable for the health, you can manufacture, but that is a standard to be maintained. ISO standard should be ISO standard should be maintained.
Yes. But sir, when any this kind of product is released in the market, first of all, it goes through a government approval. So why it is not stopped there itself?
See, government want business, government want something, government want money, so they will give permit. You
So that
see,
means like government is poisoning the environment.
You see, cigarette is injurious to health, causes cancer, and tobacco is injurious to causes cancer. Who is stopping production of cigarette, and who is stopping smoking of cigarettes? And alcohol also the same way. When their
So I
consumers,
feel like
are
instead
there,
of stopping it completely, keeping it in moderation should be taught.
no, you see, government want profit, government want money. It is you who have to stop. You don't want to take smoke. You don't smoke. Who told you to smoke? You don't want to
So
drink.
more
Don't
than
drink.
people who are dying in a cancer, people are dying on road accidents.
If we have to take care of. If you think that in a mind, I don't want to smoke. I don't want to drink alcohol. Means who will going to stop you? Nobody will stop you. If you don't stop, if you stop, everything will come down.
Yes. Also, these cigarette packets outside the packet, it's written in big letters.
Yeah.
This
Are
causes
you
cancer.
listening? Are you listening?
So
that is what you say ethics in business. You follow the culture. You follow the culture experience. You follow the religion. Huh? And what do you follow? Other one is the legal system. If you are harming the ethics, if you are harming the culture, you are harming the religion, you are during your business. That is a ethics. That you are not following the ethics. So why ethics is important? That is, ethics does not carry ethical things only. It makes business sense too. So everybody will say, what you're doing? What you're doing? Sir, I am doing the business. What type of business? So I am producing some product. What type of products? Which is causing harm to the environment. That is not true. So where the areas of requirement of the ethics? Are businessmen ethical?
So that means no business is ethical in this country or in this world, I would say.
There is no ethical values and there is no ethics in business anywhere in the world. As you said, I too agree. Just now you see that in America, one case is filed in against what is Gautam Adani and some others. Till it is finalized, we can't say whether it will be there or not. All this background will work.
No, this one sounds somewhat serious because he bought from many investors by saying in India he will initiate many solar some businesses.
No, that is happening. That is there. Even in Telangana also he has invested. But what is the possibility of ethical issues you have to see? What is the ethical issues you have to see?
It's
now when you talk
the power of lay, power of
it's a
convincing.
power. Yes. Now, when you're talking about where the area in which are the businessmen ethical nowadays, honest is the best policy, no doubt. Now you see, what is that? Jet Airways. It was in loss. the CEOs are there. They think that it is in loss, so they have dropped the business. Now SpiceJet is there. It is also in the loss. They are trying to come out of the profit and make come out with the profit. Now merging the company with a small company, a big company, by making pressure, we make it off. This is how we say ethical should be followed. Ethics should be there. Ethics should be handed. So every company should follow the ethical values. Now, when you're talking about the ethical values, the business will be developed. Now, everyone will follow. The ethical dilemma is there. Corporate policy ethics should be followed. And corporate culture should be followed. The ethical climate should be followed. Now, everyone should know. So, what are the ways of enforcing ethical conditions? Reporting channels should be there. Risk analysis and management should be there. Ethical management and commitment should be there. Ethic consultants should be there. Special accounts, shareholder consultations, individual characteristics, corporate culture, whistleblowing, top management, code of ethics, training programs, ethics and law, and vision statements, others, which is the ways for enforcing ethical conflict. Now, ethical conduct. Now, if you follow this one, if you are following ethical values, you will be in the top in the business. Definitely. Whether it is a small company or a big company. If you are a curiosity about the customers and their conditions, definitely you will be successful. Okay. I think other faculty will be waiting for you. I'll stop it here and thank you. I'll see you next week.
Okay, thank you, sir. It was
Thank you,
nice.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Sorry,
sir.
I couldn't make the PPTs.
Thank you, sir.
Couldn't make
Thank you,
the
sir.
PPTs.
Thank you,
If
sir.
any PPT is available, I'll share with you.
Okay, sir.
Sure, sir.
And sir, if you have any important questions which has to be,
Okay. I will deal.
so we will start studying accordingly then.
Right.
Prepare answers for that. Yeah.
Sir, our
بس انه مين يوزر للادمن صح؟
good evening, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening, sir.
Good
evening, sir.
all of you.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening to all of you.
طيب انت
Good evening, sir.
ايوه انت طيب انت بس انسى
मुझे 140 से गुड मॉर्निंग गुड इवनिंग सब लोग का हो गया स्टार्टिंग के 2 मिनट ऐसे चलेंगे गुड इवनिंग करते हुए कौन सा क्वेश्चन क्या क्वेश्चन बता तो
Explain the various executive forces affecting the business of this environment.
Shivan is in, kindly mute your system, please. All of you, I request all of you to kindly mute your system. I don't want to mute all of you because in between we can have the interaction. So that is the reason I don't want to mute. So better you keep maintain the discipline so that we will be able to discuss. So once again, I welcome all of you to this class. And today I'll be dealing with your business law. And this is business law is one of the important aspects in business. So you must be some laws you may not be aware of it, but if you know, then it will be helpful for your day-to-day life also. Not only for this academic purpose, it will be helpful for the for your day-to-day life, like law of contract, which is very important. Day-to-day life, many of you are doing contract, but you do not know what exactly contract is. So we'll be dealing with the contract law, contract, company law, Then we'll be dealing with negotiable instruments. We'll be dealing with Factories Act. We'll be dealing all these. These are the very important, not only for academic purpose, in day-to-day life also. It will be very helpful for you. Are you ready for the class?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me upload my PPT now. Are you able to see PPT?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You can see the business law. The first unit is your law of contract. What we are going to do, discuss in this month: law of contract. What is agreement? What is offer? What is acceptance? What is consideration? Who is capacity? Who has the capacity to make a contract? What is contingent contract? Quasi contract? Performance, discharge, remedy of breach of contract. These are the things we are going to discuss. Now, first of all, we should know that what exactly business law is. Why we are going to study business law? You know, business law also referred to as mercantile law. Many of the commerce students, they must have studied mercantile law. It is also called as mercantile law. Comprises a set of laws connecting the business world, trade, commerce, and industry. Related to business, trade, commerce, and industry, this law is framed, that is called as business law. Generally, it includes the law pertaining to the contracts, sales of goods, partnership, companies, negotiable instrument, insurance, consumer protection, payment of bonus, payment of gratuity, minimum wages, carriage of goods, insolvency, etc. And with the first development of globalization, the scope of business law is also widening. You know that now your business is globalized. It is not now it's called as all the countries altogether is called as global village. It's like a village. So your multinational, many of the multinational company, they are doing business. So the importance of law is very you can say it is very important to maintain the law. Different countries have different kinds of law. So once you are aware of the law, then it will be easier for you to deal with the business. So to meet the felt need of the provision of uniform law to regulate the contract between entered into among the parties involved, the business transaction, the Indian Contract Act 1872 was enacted. Why this Contract Act was enacted? Because nobody should take the advantage. To meet the felt need or to make a provision, uniform law for all, so that uniformly everybody will be dealt. That is the reason 1870 Contract Act 1872 was enacted. Thereafter, various other acts also have been enacted. Now we can say that what is the sources of business law, from where this law has come. Just basic introduction I am giving so that you will be able to understand. The sources of business law is English mercantile law, mainly from the British law. In English mercantile law, it has been taken derived. The statute law, the statute which you are being enacted in our parliament, those are made as a law and it is enacted. Then case laws or judicial decision, like some case laws, some case has taken place, some decision decision has taken place by court, some judgment has given by the court. Those can be also included in the, from that also business law has come. Similarly, judicial decision, for example, Supreme Court has given decision for the particular case, that can be enacted in future, that can be enacted if it is felt necessary, that can be enacted as a law. So these are the various sources of law. Then custom and usage, what are the custom in the society and usage in the society, based on that law is formed. So these are the common sources of business law. Now our main topic is law of contract, which is Indian Contract Act 1872. if I ask all of you that have you done any contract with anyone?
Yes, sir.
Any example? Can you give one example?
The contract was with the company for project to start. Yeah, and then binding it was with how many years I'll be associated with the company and what will be my offerings and services.
Okay. Anyone else?
So agreement between the builders and the purchasers.
Okay. Any one of you who has not done any contract till now? You are around 157 or some students. I am asking all of you who has not done any contract.
I have not done any contract,
You
sir.
have not done any contract?
Study what's contract?
Are you sure?
Me also, sir.
Sir, can you say
Marriage
what is
is also a
contract? Then I will say.
Sorry?
Marriage is also a contract, sir.
Yes. Anything else? Who said he has not done any contract?
Making employees in terms of contract is also applicable, so when it comes to organization. Yeah, there
No,
is
who
a
says she has not done any contract? Have you, do you have any cell phone number with you?
Yes, sir.
You are having cell phone, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You have taken the
Yes,
number,
sir.
you have signed somewhere, isn't it?
While
See,
we are
there,
downloading any
Yes, we
app, you know, we have
have
to.
signed in the terms and
you
condition.
have bank account, you have signed there, yes, I agree with that.
Yes,
That
sir.
is also a contract, isn't it? So knowingly, unknowingly, you are doing many contracts because
Yes,
you
sir.
are not aware what exactly contract is. For example, if you are traveling by a bus, you are buying a ticket and getting inside the bus and getting down at your destination. Nobody asks you anything, and just went inside the bus and you have purchased the ticket. That is also a contract. That is called implied contract. Okay, we'll discuss later on this what exactly is. But all of you have done contract some or other way, but we are not aware of it. They ask the bank people. They ask us, you have signed here, here, here. The statement you have never read, so it is a long statement. So agreement, what you are agreeing with those terms and conditions, you do not know. So ignorantly you are just signing. That means you have made a contract. They must have many terms and conditions in that, which may not be, you may not be aware of it. The law relating to Contract India is contained in the Indian Contract Act 1872. In this Contract Act 1872, all the law related to contract is mentioned. The Act is mainly based on the English common law and came into force on 1st day of September 1872. So it is based on the English common law and came into force on 1st day of September 1872. That's why it is called as Contract Act 1872. It extends to whole of India. The Act deals with the general rules relating to the all types of contract, section 1 to 75. You no need to remember all the sections, but for your information, the section 1 to 75 it deals with contract and contains special provision governing specific contracts such as those bailment, pledge, indemnity, guarantee, and agency. These are the things it is not included in your syllabus. This bailment, pledge, indemnity, guarantee. This is advanced contract, contract 2. It has not been included in your syllabus. Otherwise, it would have been too vast. So this act also contained provision relating to contract of sales, goods, and partnership. In contract, sales of goods and partnership also included. Besides, there are separate acts that deals exclusively contract related to negotiable instrument. Any idea about negotiable instrument? Anyone?
No, sir.
Transferable, sir.
What is that? Who said bank?
Sir, the law related to checks and bill of exchanges, sir.
Yeah, check also. It is a negotiable instrument.
Bill of exchange, sir.
Yeah. Bill of exchange, promissory note, these are the negotiable instruments. So it is important to note that contract act does not cover in the ambit any social custom and usage or trade. Say if there is any social custom, usage or trade, so those are not included in this one. So that will be having that separate rules and regulation. Now let us see. The relating to contract in India is contained in the this we have gone through. Now the next slide. The contract defined. In section 2H, it has been defined what is contract. So an agreement enforceable by law is a contract. Here you can see, you can observe it clearly that agreement, there are two parts. One is agreement. An agreement which is enforceable by law is a contract. The definition is an agreement which is enforceable by law is a contract. Therefore, a contract has two components. One is agreement and another one is obligation which is enforceable by law. Now you can see contract equal to agreement plus legal obligation. Now, what is an agreement? An agreement is the outcome of the consensus between the parties who enter into a contract. It is the consensus between two parties or the parties who are entering into the contract. That is, the promise made between them represent concurrence on their mind. So what the promise is being made, and both minds are similar way they are accepting it. That is an agreement. This would not be an agreement if the parties do agree but not in the same thing and same sense. If both the parties are agreeing to the agreement, both the parties they are accepting the agreement but not on the same thing or same sense, then it cannot be called a valid agreement. It has to be for same thing on same mind. For example, you want to sell a car for 50,000 rupees. The person B, he has accepted, yes, I want to buy your car for 50,000 rupees. But he doesn't know which car you are going to sell. You have two cars. Honda car you have, Maruti also you have. Which car you have not mentioned, which car you are going to sell to him. So that person may be in assumption that you will be selling Honda car for 50,000 rupees. He doesn't know you are going to give Maruti car. So in this case, the mind is not matching. So if you say, I am going to sell my Maruti car for 50,000 rupees, he said that, yes, I am ready to pay 50,000 for the Maruti car. That means this is the agreement. It is accepted by the parties. If it is not clear which car he is going to buy, then it is not a valid agreement. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
There has to be consensus ad idem. In a legal term, it is called as consensus ad idem. That means you have to think in similar mind. For same thing, same sense, you have to accept it. Section 2C of the Indian Contract Act defines the term agreement as every promise or every set of promises forming consideration for each other is called an agreement. What is that? Every promise. If you make a promise or set of promise, both of you made a promise. You want to sell the car, Maruti car. He also ready to pay 50,000 for the Maruti car, forming consideration. What is the consideration? For the car, you are paying 50,000 rupees. Consideration for each other, you are paying 50,000 to him. He is giving the car to you. So this is called as agreement. Every promise or every set of promise forming a consideration for each other is called an agreement. Here you can see the example. A received 10,000 from B and promised to supply him 10 bags of rice after 10 days. It is a promise. It shall be a set of promise if A promises to supply 10 bags of rice after 10 days and B promises to pay him rupees 10,000 after the rice is supplied. Thus, agreement, what is that? Offer plus acceptance. If you give some offer to someone and other person he accepts it, then it becomes a promise. It becomes a set of promise, because you have promised to supply, he has promised to pay. So this is called an agreement is equal to offer plus acceptance. What is a contract? Contract is agreement plus legal obligation, or agreement which is enforceable by law is contract. Here the agreement is offer plus acceptance. There has to be an offer and which is to be accepted by other party. Is it clear what is agreement?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, what
Yes,
is a
sir.
promise? Then what is a, we'll go one by one. Then what is a promise now? The term promise defined is 2B. 2C, what it defines? First one is section 2S defined what is in contract. Then section 2C, of course you need not to remember all these sections. If you write definition, it will be all right. Section 2C, it calls as agreement. What is an agreement? Then section 2B says about what is a proposal or offer. A proposal, when accepted, becomes a promise. When you made a proposal to your friend or someone else, when he accepts it, it becomes a promise. Then what is promise then? Thus a promise implies an accepted offer. The offer which is accepted is called a promise. Then we need to see next step is what is an offer then? Offer means proposal. Again, section 2A, what it says, when person signifies another his willingness, when he expresses his willingness to do or not to do something with a view of obtaining assent of the other to such act or abstinence, he is said to make a proposal. When a person makes a proposal or offer to another person and expresses what is the signifies another his willingness to do something or not to do thing with a view to getting his assent, is called as proposal. Then what is acceptance? Acceptance has been defined as section 2B as when the person to whom the proposal is made signifies his assent, he says that yes, I am accepting, then it is called as acceptance. And a proposal when accepted, it becomes a promise. Here I have given one example. You can see A lost his cell phone and announced that anybody who brought his cell phone back home would receive ₹500 as reward. B heard this thing. B heard the announcement and brought the cell phone back home. He is said to have accepted the proposal by doing the act required by A, and hence he can recover the reward. Any doubt?
No, sir.
Yeah. What is that contract? It is clear. Then what is an agreement? Then what is a promise? What is the proposal? What is the offer? Then we need to go promiser and promisee. Who is called as promiser? A person who makes a promise is called a promiser or offerer or proposer, anything you can say. And the person to whom the proposal is made is called as promisee, offeree or proposer. Okay. In case an agreement is set of promises, then a person becomes a promiser and promisee. So set up agreement, like he wanted to buy 10 kilo of sugar for 10,000 rupee, he has to give after 10 days, and another person, he has also accepted that one, that once you I get the sugar or rice, then I will pay 1,000 rupee to you. So this is a set of promise. So he is a proposer and he is the promiser, he is the promisee also. Thus, if there is an offer, acceptance and consensus item between the party, if there is an offer, if somebody puts an offer and another party he accepts it, and both the parties have consensus item, both the parties are accepting for the same thing and same mind, then there is an agreement. However, This agreement does not become a contract unless there is a corresponding obligation that is enforceable at law. Both the parties, they should have some obligation, like he wanted to sell his car, and other party he wanted to he will pay the price. So both the parties, they are fulfilling their obligation, and this is enforceable by law. Selling a car and buying a car is not against the law, it is enforceable law. If he violates the declined to, if you are paying 10,000 1 lakh rupee and he is declined to give car, an agreement is made and he is not ready to that, then you can go to the court of law because it is enforceable by law. For example, there is an agreement between two parties. So party A says to party, put a proposal to party B. If you kill C, I'll give you 1 lakh rupee. Whether it is a valid agreement or not.
No, sir.
Why it is not?
Sir, it is criminal act which is not supported by law.
Yeah, it is not enforceable by law. So this kind of contract, even though it is a contract, although we are fulfilling, but it is not enforceable by law. There is a proposal, there is an acceptance, there is a obligation, everything is there, but it is not accepted by law. Thus, it will not be a valid contract. So, however, this agreement does not become a contract unless there is an agreement enforceable by law is a contract. But here, the agreement is there, which is not enforceable by law. It is not a contract.
There should be a lawful object. Lawful
Yeah,
object.
there should be lawful object, which will be accepted by the law. Now, we discussed that there should be legal obligation. What is a legal obligation? Again, it is defined in section 10. The obligation is called it is the legal duty of a person to carry out what he has promised to do or not to do. Suppose we have made an agreement that I want to sell my Maruti car for 1 lakh rupee, and the person B, he has accepted that I will pay 1 lakh rupee when you deliver the car to me. If any of the party violates from their agreement, then both the parties have all the responsibility. It is the legal duty for both the party to fulfill the requirement as per the promise they made. So it is the legal duty of person to carry out what he has promised to do or not to do, whether it is a written agreement or oral agreement. Sometimes there is agreement, it has to be done in written, like land transfer of property, etc. And sometimes oral promise also it is accepted. Oral agreement is also accepted. So whatever the person, both the party have accepted, it is their legal duty to fulfill that. If somebody does not follow that, the other party has all the right to go to the court of law. All agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent of the parties. If parties are competent to enter into a contract, if there is a lawful consideration and there is a lawful object and not hereby expressly declared to be void. If these are the conditions are fulfilled, then there can be a contract. All agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent. If you show a gun to a person B and it says that if you don't buy, I will kill you. So forcibly, if you have taken the made the contract, that is not a valid contract. There has to be free consent. He should be, the other party should be freely, he should accept that one, and the person who is accepting, he should have given his free consent. Then only it will be a valid contract. Otherwise, it will not be. The party must be competent to enter contract. Like if it is a minor, if you are doing a contract with a minor, it is will it be valid?
No, sir.
Yeah, party should be
No, sir.
We'll see who is competent to contract. We'll discuss. So party should be, the another condition is party should be competent to enter into a contract. The another object is lawful consideration. There should be lawful consideration. It should not be unlawful. Like smuggling goods, bribe, all these things, so unlawful. So there should be lawful consideration. And with a lawful object should be lawful. and not hereby expressed declared to be void. If something is declared void by the government, that should not be, that cannot be a contract.
It should not be against public policy also, no, sir? It should not be against public policy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So these are the things you have to follow. Therefore, a person becomes legally bound to do what he has promised to do only. So you are legally bound. What agreement we have done, what you have promised. Suppose you have made a contract with the company. What they have given in the agreement, the company has all the way to, they have to follow that one. The employee, if it is being cheated to the employee has got all the right to go to the court of law to take the center. Okay. So therefore, you should, as in most of you are working in some corporate sector. You might have signed many of the contract. So you should know that what exactly contract is, what is the valid contract, what is the void contract, what is legal contract. You should know that whether you have taken some consent, forcibly some consent. Well, those things will not be accepted. So therefore, a person becomes legally bound to do what he has promised to do only if the following conditions are fit. What are those conditions? Capacity of the parties. The parties should be capacity to contract. Only those persons who are competent to contract into a contract can create a valid obligation. Otherwise, no. We'll see who are competent to contract. Free consent. Absence of consent does not create a legal obligation. If you don't have free consent with some threat or something, it is being done, then it will not be a legal obligation and contract will not be, it will be a void contract. Lawful consideration or object. Consideration means something in return. Like you wanted to sell a car, the other party will pay you money. For example, quid pro quo. It is a legal term which is called as quid pro. It is a legal maxim. For example, A promised to give his bike to B for no money. Here there is no consideration, hence no obligation. A wanted to promise to give his, I will give you bike without any money. Here there is no consideration. B has not given anything to you, hence there is no obligation. If A doesn't give the bike to B, B cannot go to the court of law that he has promised, but he has not given bike to me. You cannot say this is a contract or valid agreement because there is no consideration for both the party. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you one question.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you one question here. For example, a father made a promise to his son that in annual examination, if you score 90%, I will give you bike. The son has scored 90% in the annual exam, but father, he has not given bike to his son. Can the son go to the court of law?
No, sir.
Why?
No, sir.
Why?
No.
Because first of all,
No
the son is
obligation.
minor.
No,
And-
he's a major. He's major.
It is not written contract, sir.
Sir, there is no agreement now.
There is no any
Not legal.
obligations
Because
from.
it is a void contract.
No obligation. It is not a valid obligation.
Justification. Now
No
you
continuation.
know that what is agreement, what is promise, what is who is property, who are property, what is contract. Everything is known to you. Now this is a case given to you that father has made a son has made a proposal to, he has put a proposal to his father. Father has accepted. When it is accepted, it becomes valid agreement. And he promised that he will, once he score 90%, he will give the car. And the son has scored his obligation he has done. Now father has to fulfill his obligation, but he is not fulfilling his obligation. Then what is the remedy here? Can the son go to the court of law? If yes, then give justification. If no, then why?
Sir, there is not any written agreement between father and son. It is
Not necessary. Even oral agreement can be accepted.
Sir, there is no lawful offer and acceptance.
Sorry?
No evidence.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you evidence. Somebody has give witness. Then in that case, my meaning is whether it will be a valid contract or not. It will be considered, a court will consider or not.
Sir,
Court
it
will
is a
consider, sir.
valid contract if his son is not minor. If it is he is a minor, then it is not a valid contract.
The son is not a
There
minor.
is no consideration.
No, here one thing is using, there is no intention to create legal obligation. In love and affection, if there is something, a statement is being given, you cannot go to the court of law. There is no intention that if I don't give the car, son will go to the court of law. And son has never thought that if my father if not give me car, I will go to the court of. There is no intention, consensus of mind that if you will not give me car, I will go to the court of law. So there is no consensus of mind. There is no intention to create legal obligation. So there it will not be a valid contract. In that case, son cannot go to the court of law to recover his bike. Is it clear? There is no legal intention to create legal. Now we'll be studying. Legal obligation. What is that? A promised to pay a sum of money to B. B smuggles the object proposed by A. In this case, there is no lawful object. Here also it will be, there is no legal obligation because it is for the unlawful object. Intention to create legal relationship. Social obligation can't bring legal relationship. Here, father and son, they have social obligation. For example, father promised his son to pay rupees 100 per day for pocket expenses. However, later on did not pay the said amount. Therefore, if the parties do not intend to be bound by the law at the time they make promise, nothing can bind them to their promise later on. Initially, they never thought that if I will not pay 100 rupee per day, the son will go to the court of law. And son also never thought that one. So by the time when they create a promise, by the time there was no intention. So later on it cannot be called as the legal obligation of his father to pay.
But sir,
Possibly.
this is not ethically right, no?
Which one?
This thing, if someone has made a promise, let it be like a father or son, but if it's like it's anything, a relationship is coming between, but then if it's like any kind of any promises are made, it has to be ethically followed till the end, and the person should has a right actually to go to the court and file a case against this.
What is the
Why
definition?
will this not be considered?
Because there is no intention to create legal obligation. There is no consensus ad idem. What we say that when you are making a promise, it should be both the parties should think about the same purpose, same thing, and same intention. There was no intention that son will go to the court of law. By the social obligation, he has said to his son. So that cannot be considered as a valid obligation. Okay, if initially, for example, he has given the written agreement and he has accepted that one. If I don't give you, then you can go to the court of law. Then both the parties are aware that if I will not give him the car or giving the bike or 100 rupee per day, he will go to the court. In that case, it can be. But here there was no intention. If intention is there, it can be. Let it be father and son. Is it clear?
Okay, so basically it means that there has to be a statement saying that if I don't do this, then you can furtherly go and file a case
Yeah, that
against me.
means you have the intention. You can go
Yeah.
against me. There is an intention. But if you say, was there any intention? When father say, I will give you 100 rupee per day pocket money, later on he didn't pay. Was there intention that if I don't pay, then she will go to court of law? She will recover payment. It is not like that.
Sir, then why father said casually to son? It is a
Yeah.
fake promise, right? When there is
There
no
should be a case
intention
of fraud
to,
on him.
yeah, then there is no intention for a father to give either bike or money. Then why he is promising to his son?
Just a second, please.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, I'm
See, there is
saying.
no intention. The law says that, definition says that there has to be intention to create legal obligation. There is no intention.
Sir,
If
what is
But
the
sir, all these
That's
examples only lead to a kid one day that he will keep ignoring these kind of efforts. For example, some brand promised a customer to give him a coin, gold coin on the purchase of something. He
yes,
has won. But now the thing is that if the kid has that same kind of a habit where he keeps on ignoring these kind of things, he
there
will
it is
always not
different.
be a good citizen of India.
There it is different. Here there is no, in case of company, there is no social obligation like father and son relationship. Here it is, there it is the intention. They have given advertisement, they have to pay. That is compulsory.
But sir, here father has made a fake promise to the son, for which son had spent his whole 6 months or
It is
1 year
not
in
a fake
studying
promise.
hard.
It is not a fake promise. It is the motivation to his son. It is not, he doesn't have any intention to create legal obligation.
Sir, but if the father promises his son that his assets will be given after a few particular years, no, then he can move, right?
No, in
If it
that
is
case,
regarding to the assets.
you make an agreement, you register, make a register paper or something like that. In that case, you can go. But here there was,
Regarding the asset, yeah.
yeah, here there was no intention. If you would have intention, then he would have make an agreement paper and he could have registered it, he could have given that one. So in that case, son could have gone to. But there was no obligation, no intention to create legal relations.
Sir, in
But
this
sir, there
case,
has to be, the
sir,
kid has to go to the case. No, if in case, for example, we as a being a student right now, we have been promised from our childhood that you keep studying, then you don't have to study after 10, then you study till 12, then you don't study, then you'll be relaxed. Then you study till graduation, then masters, then do a job, then you'll be relaxed. So life was always making a fool. So now if we don't stand for our rights and these things, these fake promises will be kept on happening in our life. So one day that kid has to always stand. There
That is,
has to be a law for this.
see, there again, you cannot create a law for the, if you are shouting to your son for his motivation or something like that, you cannot say that you are going against the law. Why you are shouting them? You don't have right to ask him or right to beat him. So father is doing something for the benefit of his child. It is
But
not.
legally, son also can't beat to her kid as well. It's against, it's a harassment policy now.
Then there is.
And now if a kid goes and files a case against his father or a mother or a parent, now parents will go under the jail, behind the jails.
That is to be considered in the court of law, that whether it is intentionally to create harm to the son, even they can go. Even somebody, third party can go to the court. In some of the countries, if you are not taking care of the child, the government will adopt the child. It is there, law is there. But here, you cannot say that this is the for legal purpose. He wanted to make his career better. He wanted to do something. He doesn't have anything to go against the child. So in that case, law states that if you have legal intention, then see, in case of if you study the law, there's a law of tort. In that case, they will see the what is your mind, consensus of mind. When you have killed someone, suppose you have fired a bullet without any intention, lawfully, but somebody was behind the bush and he has been killed. Then here court will, he will be punished for some reason, but it is not that his intention to kill the person. So intention will be, consensus of mind will be seen. So here in contract also, if there is a social love and affection, in that case you cannot say that he has the legal obligation or his intention to create legal obligation. In that case, it will not be accepted. Like with a child, if third party, the guardian, he makes the contract, he can make on behalf of the guardian. But you are dealing with the directly with the child, then it will not be, child will not be responsible for any case of loss or any obligation. He doesn't have any obligation because he doesn't have right to contract. Anyway, we'll discuss, otherwise it will take long time.
So that's when without any legal obligation, there is no agreement.
Yeah, it cannot be. It is not a valid agreement or valid contract cannot be.
Sir, here the father intention is just to motivate the son. That's
yes,
it.
yes, of course. Not to create.
And so verbal contracts are not valid?
Yeah, it is valid.
Yeah, obviously.
It is valid. Sometimes it is valid, but here in this case, here social his father, if somebody else could have done, in that case it may be. But in this case, because father and son, they have some social obligation. So what here intention to create social obligation cannot bring legal relationship. Okay.
Okay,
Sir, what if son mentioned that if he didn't get the bike, he will go to trial?
If he would have mentioned and father would have accepted, then it could have been. If there is an intention that if you don't pay me 100 rupees, I will go to the court of law. Father says that yes, okay, you can go. Then in that case, it could have been, because there was an intention.
And sir, if son here goes and does a suicide because of his the heartbreak, because dad did not fulfill his promise, will dad be punished for that?
I didn't get you. Once again.
So here, if after knowing that father is not giving a bike, son goes and does a suicide, and after this, will father get punished because of it?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, he can be punished for not for the suicide completely, because he didn't take care of his son, or he, for some other reason, he can be made guilty. But in this case, he has not paid 100 rupee, and with emotion, the son has been, he has taken his life. So he cannot be the sole responsible for that one.
We see many cases like that, like small children are refused to
Later on, he will be
play
released on
mobile.
bail. Later on, they will relieve him, because he was not having the intention to kill his son.
Yes, that's it.
But the son, keeping hopes higher, right? When the father promised, for that he do like he keep extra efforts to get the result. At
Yes,
the end of
that
the
is
day,
true.
yeah,
That
sir.
is true. But what you said that the term is called a consensus ad idem. Both the party will have same intention. Father should think that son should think that I will go for the taking action. Father should have taken that yes, if I don't do that, she will take action. If this is the intention, then definitely father will be held responsible.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, we'll proceed further. Next one is possibility of performance. So, for example, A promise, here you can, another case you can say, A promise B that he would make the sun rises in the west. If B pays him rupees 1 lakh. If you pay 1 lakh, B pays 1 lakh, he will make the sun to rise.
Excuse me, sir. I am wondering, so much of support for the sun side. I am really wondering where the society is going. Why so much argument for that? He's saying that.
No.
I'm really wondering, sir. I don't know what is happening in the society, sir. So far he has only grown up, sir. That boy, he has sacrificed many things, in his life. Son, your father has sacrificed many things for his son.
Yes.
There may be some delay in fulfilling his needs, sir. He will not fail.
Yeah, sir.
Father
I'm
never
asking for
fails.
No. Here the point is not to get an
So I'm
emotional
supporting.
because it's a father and son's relationship.
That is what, sir.
Here we are talking about a business is because
I'm not
this
heard
son
any.
will be also just did the same fake promises from their
That's true. That's
bosses,
true.
from their companies, and because this was not brought into a practice anytime in childhood itself,
What
he will
sir is
always be
trying to tell
accepting
you,
it and
yeah. But this is not practical in our India. So I'm from legal side for your information. So far we have not heard any case such like sir is quoting. So far, I don't know. In future, if this may turn on the other side. So I don't know. But he's saying legal obligation because of the absence of legal obligation. There may not be any valid contract. He's saying, sir is saying. He's justifying that only, sir. So with that, I think we have to leave. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for
but I
that.
think legally we should get responsible because
Yeah, that's
this
true,
is not
but
never
you
taught to
should not
us.
think too much of because the father has sacrificed the whole life for the sake of the
No,
son.
that's what I'm saying, sir. Don't get
Sir, he
emotional
may
because
fulfill.
it's a
No.
father. I'm
Take
just
for
telling it has
example,
to be brought into a practice from childhood.
That's true. That's true.
Even
At
if your
one
school
point of time,
teacher
he is
or your
going to
school
fulfill.
driver.
No. At one point of time, he is going to fulfill his needs, sir. Definitely. It is not
Yes,
going to be
sir.
the long run. He is saying one example for him. That's it. Okay, sorry, sir. Thank
Not
you.
only the bike, he can give later on. He can give the reward him with a car also. He can be, but he wanted. It is not. If he is not giving, it doesn't mean that if intention is there, it can be. But some of the countries there are the rules. So in our country, this is the rule we have to follow.
Sir, everything is fair between love and war, sir. Don't worry.
Yeah. So we'll go further. Because it is contract is very interesting. So next is possibility of performance. A promised to B that he would make the sun rises in the west if B pays him 1 lakh rupees. It is not possible to make the sun rise in the west. So, and B agreed to it. This agreement does not create any legal obligation, or it would not be enforceable by law. Here A promises, B accept also, but it is not be possible. So it is not, even though they have proposal, acceptance, agreement, everything, but this will not be valid. You cannot go to the court of law against each other because it is not enforceable by law, because it is impossible to perform. Next is meaning should be certain. Example, A agrees to say B his horse. There is nothing whatever to show which horse is intended. He might be having black horse, white horse, gray horse, but he has not mentioned which horse he is going to sell. So the agreement is void for uncertainty. There is no certainty which horse he is going to sell. So he should maintain that I will sell this particular, like I told you about the car. I wanted to sell the Maruti car, not Honda. That should be clear. Certainty has to be there. Then again, see legal formalities. An agreement to make a gift or for natural love and affection should not only be in writing but registered also. So here you can register. Like father could have been registered in a piece of paper, or son could have been taken it. In that case, he could have made responsible. Here, an agreement to make a gift or natural love and affection should not only be in writing but registered also. It should be registered. In the absence of any such specific requirement, an oral agreement, it is as enforceable as a written agreement. So it will be, agreement will be accepted if it is so. If it is legal formalities there, you have to write and register also. Agreement not declared void. Indian Contract Act has specifically declared some agreement to be not enforceable by law. For example, agreement in restraint of trade, agreement in restraint of marriage, wagering agreement, etc. Thus, the law contract is not the whole law of agreement. It is the law of those agreements which create obligation. There has to be some obligation, legal obligation. Then only it will be called as, like wagering, like lotteries. Some lotteries are banned. So in that case, you cannot say that it's a valid agreement. I hope it is clear now.
Yes, sir, clear.
Now we proceed
Yes,
further.
sir.
Now you see the contract, agreement, promise and offer. A contract essentially is an agreement. The basic component is it should be an agreement which is enforceable by law. An agreement is a set of two promises, one flowing from offerer and the other from the acceptor. A promise is an accepted offer. So when it is offered, promised by some agreement, some offer is given, other one is accepting, it becomes a promise. An offer or proposal is a promise of performance, which is, however, conditional upon a written promise or an act for wherein receives exchange for it. Like obligation, both the parties should fulfill obligation. For example, offer or proposal, then it will be acceptance has to be there, then it becomes promise, promise becomes agreement, agreement becomes contract. Now we see who is competent to contract. Competence to contract is one of the essential elements of enforceability of an agreement. The following persons are incapable of entering into a contract. It can be two-way questions. Who is competent to contract or who is incompetent to contract? So these are the person are incapable of entering. Who are person who has not attained the age of majority. If the person is minor, so he is not competent to contract. A person who is not of sound mind, that is a person of unsound mind, is not competent to contract. A person who is disqualified by any other law, to which he is subject and disqualified. He is not competent to contract. Now, what are the rules relating to an agreement with a minor? Agreement is void ab initio. If you are making any agreement with a minor, it will be void. Minor can be a promisee. Minor can be a promisee. Minor can be a promisee, but he will not be held responsible for his promise. A minor's agreement cannot be ratified. Later on, if he becomes major, you cannot ratify the agreement. Yes, when he was a minor, he had made the contract, and now he became the major, and this will be applicable to him. It will not be. You cannot ratify later on. No compensation is payable by a minor. You cannot get any compensation. If you have done any agreement with the minor, and if there is a loss, you cannot get compensation from the minor. The rule of estoppel does not apply to a minor. No recovering back the money paid. A minor can be sued in tort. In tort, that is a different thing. Again, if you study law, the law of tort is one subject. You have to study that one in detail. In that, again, same I was talking about the conscience of mind. All those things will be there. Then agency. Negotiable instrument, partnership, insolvency, guardianship, minor's parent. These are the, these will not discuss. Agency will later will discuss. Minor can be sued in tort. In case of tort, he can be sued, but in case of contract, it is not. So,
so role of estoppel?
Law of estoppel means it will not be, suppose if he has not done anything or not able to fulfill his obligation, in that case it will not be applied to that individual. So all this, it will be responsible to the person who is making contract. So we'll detail with example. I will later on I will explain you in detail.
So what is the meaning of first line agreement is ab initio?
Agreement is void ab initio. Ab initio in the sense beginning itself, when you are making an agreement, that itself is a void. It is not valid. So later on, whatever you do, it will be invalid only. It will be a void until unless you rectify the issue. So since the beginning, it is invalid.
Sir, is this slide available in the website, sir?
Slide.
Sir, it is available, but it was merged with environmental science, business environment, sir.
Yeah, earlier it will be there. It is my slides only. It will be there in business. Earlier, business, environment, and law was one paper. Now it has become business, environment, another paper.
Can you share it, sir?
Yeah, I will share at the end. Not today. Once classes are over, I will share with you, so you can make use of it. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I think for today it is enough. We'll discuss next week. We'll be discussing about different types of contract. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Until now, anything you want to now you can discuss anything.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you all of you. Because it is
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Many of you, it will be new subject.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank you, sir.
And many of you might have
Thank you, sir.
already studied law, contract, and commerce. And all.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, to understand this subject, do you refer any website or like article to get deeper knowledge?
What is that? What is that? I didn't get you.
I mean, to understand this subject, like you refer any article or website or book?
Yeah, in general, we don't do, but if you are interested, I will refer you.
Yeah, sir.
Definitely, we'll do something. And
Sir, BAR Act, Indian Contract Act, BAR Act is there, sir. We can go through that. It will be very clear.
BAR Act is there. Yes, yes. You can
Yeah,
buy the
BAR
BAR
Act
Act
available,
also.
sir. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be hardly 25-30 rupees. Small book will be there. So it will be
Sir, can you repeat it, please?
So book name.
BAR Act. BAR Act. You can go to the any law seller, book seller. Hardly 25-30 rupee. It will
BAR
be
Act.
BAR Act. Yeah. or any of your friend advocate will be there. You can ask them; they will provide you. Otherwise, in website also, website it is there.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
Got
sir. Thank you
disconnected.
so much.
It is Bare Act, sir. BARE.
Yes.
Bare Act. It is available in Sitaraman and Co. Sitaraman and Co. Either Mailapur branch or Paris branch. Tambuchetti Street, it is available. Bare Act. Small book will be there. You can easily understand by reading that.
Yes, yes.
For the sake of our sir, I'm just referring it. Sir. Thank you.
Yeah, for betterment, you can have the, because you will be having
Thank
the
you.
latest act in that one. So you will be clarified all those things. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
See you next
Yeah,
week.
sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.